Hello and welcome back to Don't Starve. So we're here once again, surviving for another 100 days. This is episode 3, so it's covering days 201 to 301. So, yeah, we start with doing brilliant there. We've accidentally walked into a fire nettle, which will increase our temperature rather rapidly. And we're starting here again in the middle of summer, so excellent start on my part. Couldn't be better. We've got a few things that we want to do in the duration of the episode here, and it's to expand the base, and we'll be going to the left, seeing as there's bees, meteors and spiders to the north, south and east of us. So yeah, so we've got I think there's meteors north, spiders south, bees and frogs and everything to the east. It is west is our only option here, which will expand into the nice green biome there, which shouldn't be too bad. We'll just have to like level the area and make sure that we're able to just get enough space and put everything down there. When we've got our base expanded, we're going to firstly need much more storage. It's becoming a bit of a problem now, the amount of trash we've got lying around the base here. So that's going to be one of our goals. We'll also be using the key to the city that we've now got to attempt to make our own pig city while we're here. Also, we're going to try to raid Moonquay Island in the north. Now, I think I've mentioned before, but in previous episodes, to just get my bearings as to where everything is, I did briefly look up the map at one point, so I created like a duplicate of the server, went in, revealed the map so that I could see it, and then got rid of that version of the server so that I could go back in with a unrevealed map and just kind of remember the rough gist of where things were. To which I can say there is obviously there's Hamlet to the south of our position, Moonquay to the north. Of course, I'm saying this and I've had the map rotated like 90 degrees the entire time. So I guess technically Moonquay will be to the west. I'm just going to say north, based on how I read the map on it. But I think there's the shipwreck stuff, which we won't be going into in this one, in the southeast, as to where we are. So, but we're going to be raiding Moonquay. The reason why I want to raid Moonquay is we can get a few unique items and blueprints from there. This includes the ability to create cannons that we can actually man. We can get some reeds. Now, reeds we can get in like swamp biomes and things, but for Moonquay you can get ones that you can actually plant and move around. So we can move them back to the base and actually have some at the base then, and not have to go around risking our lives against tentacles every time we want to get a few reeds, just to, you know, make some books or some wrapping paper or something like that. So we're going to try to raid that as well. It also allows us to make docks, so we can actually board up the blocks of water that you get between islands. So we can actually create a square, square ground tile that's made from wood, and actually eventually create like entire piers and dockyards and all that sort of stuff. It'll be much, you know, it'll be very handy for when we're wanting to make boats, and it can also allow us to make these bridges across islands, which we've got the rope bridges now, but they're from a mod, they're a bit glitchy, and my followers don't go over them, and you have to kind of like get so far on the other side before they just teleport to you, and I'd just like the ones that are in game that work better than that, to be fair. So there's all that. One mod we have disabled this time is the heaps of food mod. It's, after a recent update, becoming compatible with the Tropical Experience patch, and not aware as to full extent of, you know, why or how or whatever, but unfortunately I've tried running both of them together and it does turn out that that is the mod that's causing the issue. And I'm not going to get rid of all the added in content and things from the Tropical Island experience, just for the sake of having some extra food recipes. So when it's one or the other, I've made my choice on that one. So we're starting off here by, well, most of the first day there, as you can see, was a bit of a waste, but gives me a nice opportunity to just kind of go over everything and the changes and that. Remember as well, we do have 2 perks enabled from the perks mod. I think it's like the achievements and skill points mod, something it's called. I go over it at the very first episode if you're wanting the full mod list and you haven't seen it. So, we've got 2 perks active. We can chop down trees instantly. Actually, we've got 3 perks. We chop down trees instantly. Items that we specifically harvest, we get 2 times as many. So we don't get it from trees because you chop the tree down, it drops logs. Whereas if, say, I interact with these flowers here, I gain 2 flowers rather than 1 because it's a harvesting action. That's my understanding of it. We also, as well as chopping trees down instantly and getting double harvested items, we can also any food in our inventory regains spoilage over time, which is quite handy. So we've got that as well. Anyway, in the first few days here, yeah, we've got a Fling-O-Matic and a lightning rod ready to place, and then we've cleared an area out, and we're going to get those placed here. And that's it for the first few days, mostly. We're just starting to expand the base out here. So, for whatever reason, it won't let me place that close to the Fling-O-Matic, so I have to place a bit further up. But it's going to do the job. These lightning rods tend to have a very large radius. It's honestly probably a couple of screens width on them. Yeah, and that's most of the first few days. Most of day 2 or 3, similar thing. We've gone back, we've got some boards put together and things, starting to just gather resources over there to begin the construction. But a relatively uneventful day for the most part. Again, just kind of clearing out the area at the moment. As we move on to day 204, we're still gathering resources, but we also pay a visit over to here, and we fuel up the Fling-O-Matic. It's important to keep this one fueled up. It covers the berries there, so those bushes don't get withered or anything during summer. Prevents wildfires and so on. And it also helps kind of resolve the inevitable frog versus pig wars by occasionally freezing them, so... Anyway, the main reason we came over is to try and get these pig rears. You know, a few old pig asses, you know, as you do. Because we need to get ourselves some pig houses built. But not just any, the new ones from Hamlet. Anyway, we end up having some overheating problems, and we're going to find this a lot in summer, where, yeah, we're getting constant overheating problems. The hydration mod that I've got in, the first mod, does also your thirst massively increases during summer. So we've got plenty of I believe the yeah, I believe the tea tablets we've got are ones that help you with hunger, because they use Glommer's goo as an ingredient, so they actually give me some hunger back and reduce how much food that I need to eat for a while. Anyway, I end up getting this fan out and running around in circles just to cool down by a few degrees in an emergency. I should have probably figured out at this point that I should probably just stick a thermal stone in the fridge or something, but I'm kind of hoping to not have to sacrifice an inventory slot, but I probably should have at this point. Anyway, with day 205, sorry, 205, not 105. With day 205 coming around, I'm still running around with the fan, desperately trying not to cook myself. But I've got some honeyed ham in the fridge, and I use it to make the Stirling Trough Deli. So we're now finally getting to a point where we're beginning to see the first few buildings ready. I've used a lot of the boards that I'd brought over here. Good news as well, from that apocalypse event, we ended up with a lot of, we got a lot of pig hides. So we've actually got plenty of pig hides to make a lot of these buildings, which are one of the main ingredients to do it. So it's working out quite well so far. We also want some axes to make the tool shop, the general store, which we managed to do. So we're getting well on our way to having the first few buildings ready at this point. We've already got a city hall, a deli and a tool store, so it's going pretty well. But with the day ending, we have to stop and start the next day. Having now made a few of the shops that we're going to need, I start making some spears and some hats, and on day 206, with the boards, pigskins and spears that I've got available, I make myself a weapon shop. I've also earlier on in the day gone and made some top hats and created the hat store. I went and visited the pigs and frogs again and got some more pigskin and more frog's legs, so we're good for food, and we're now there with, I think, what was that, 4 of the shops as well as the town hall ready to be placed. So the pig city that we're trying to build is coming along quite nicely already so far. To complicate matters though, we do get visited in the night by this snake that gets one hit in. And at this point I'm thinking, oh god, why am I losing health? Hang on, let me just have a drink. Oh, I must have been thirsty from being summoned and so on. I have the drink, and yep, that green flashed there, and then you can see the bubbles on my character. That snake that got one bite in, that was poisonous. So we now have the poison affliction. It will be on us for a few days, and we're just going to be losing health while that's happening. We can create anti-venom, but we do need to gather a poison gland, which you can get, and you can see us looking there. We need coral, we need seaweed, we need a venom gland, and the venom gland can drop from poisonous enemies when you kill them, but it's only a slim chance. So we just don't have the items to cure this at the moment. To make matters worse as well, we stub our toe on another fire nettle. I really need to get the garden sorted out at some point, but yeah. So we're now dying from heat and poison. Lovely. So 207, not the greatest of days that we've had. We do manage to gather a fair bit of meat, again visiting the frogs, but we also go and give the spiders a bit of a visit. And yeah, as good as it's been getting all this meat and all this food put together, we are now just slowly dying from heat and poison, so swings and roundabouts. We also get a pig guard top from the present that it gives us. In day 208, the umbrella that we've got, keeping in mind this is made from a deer clopsite, so it's a boss item. Yeah, I forgot to keep an eye on its durability, and it just breaks. So Keeping in mind this is as well keeping the sun off us and stopping us from dying from heat stroke. And yeah, we just accidentally break the thing. Luckily, because we've defeated Deerclops a few times now, we've got spare Deerclops eyes. But yeah, pretty bad mistake on my part. If you can see it down there as well, you can see it approaching 1% durability now, and yeah, it does not go well from here. There it goes. Just completely unceremoniously lose a boss item like that. Most of the 209 was just spent gathering wood. I also replanted a few of the trees just so that it was less likely for tree guards to come and murder me in my sleep, so just keeping on top of that, making sure that I don't get too far behind on it, so they're less likely to spawn that. But that's most of it for 209. On day 210, it got a bit more interesting. We had a full-on war with the pigs and frogs, followed by a hound attack. I'm trying to kind of pull them away from areas where there's lots of stuff, because I don't want to have them accidentally set everything on fire. So I'm kind of hoping that this is far enough away from things as to not set them alight, but unfortunately, yeah, it kind of travels via the flowers on the ground. But thankfully it doesn't go for too long and we lose a few plants, but that tree stump does go. Anyway, between them and all of the large meats that we got from the pigs, we're able to create a lot of meaty stews from this. And keeping in mind, we can now make it so that our meaty stews don't spoil if we keep them in our inventory. We can by all means keep these around as really good provisions that can literally last for months on end if we need to leave the base for any reason. Still a few hounds around though, so we go clean those up. And that's most of what happens on day 210. Just before the end of the day though, we do have a bit of a crafting session, getting some more boards and things ready, and we are able to get some more buildings placed. Well, not placed, but ready to place for the Pig City. Swansbury Academy is now ready to go. And we're, I think at this point, about halfway through all the buildings that we need. So, it's great there. We do still want to go and get some townhouses though, obviously. We've still got a while to go with that. Yeah, we need these ball peen hammers for the Auditor's Emporium. And I think that's most. I think there was some eggplants as well. Yep, some eggplants, honey pulses, that sort of thing. To make the ball peen hammers though, you need iron, so it will require a trip back to Hamlet at some point to get that. But a lot more buildings are ready to place at this point. On day 211, I get the alchemy shop ready. And again, we're just kind of looking as well, and the magnifying glass there for the Tinker's Tower will also require some iron. So I'm kind of realising at this point that yeah, it's going to require a trip down to Hamlet. I'm going to have to go and get some iron. Then we need to get some eggplants, some honey pulses, which I don't quite have the honey at this point, so we'll need to go and get some of that. But it is going to require a trip down to Hamlet. So yeah, it requires a blue gem and iron for a magnifying glass, and we need 2 of them, so But yeah, knowing that we need a trip, it was then time to basically get prepared. On day 212, I made some more marble seeds. I harvested the marble trees that were near the base, and I went and harvested some more regular trees as well, making sure I'd got plenty of wood. and that's so that we could make some supplies for boat repairs and that sort of thing that we'd probably most likely need along the way. At the start of day 213 I went and got myself plenty of various tea leaves. I think this is I think it's pronounced Ivan chai or something. You get it around the bee boxes. Went and got myself plenty of that and made plenty of tea supplies, and also made plenty of various meat and things. Just again making sure that I've got plenty of supplies for when I go on the journey. And so of course later that day I went and got my meaty stews out of the fridge, keeping them in my inventory now, so the icebox on the boat is a bit redundant at this point, but yeah. I looked at I was basically looking at potentially just keeping them in my inventory, and with the new perk being able to keep them fresh while they're in there, I figured I could just kind of essentially keep them there, and I should have enough supplies then to last me for, again, probably a month or so with the amount of meat stew I've got in there. Anyway, we set sail, we got steered so we were facing the right way, rowed away from the shore so we could finish our turn, and put the light on so we could get through the night, but didn't quite set sail properly due to it being night time. Or at least, well, we did, but made sure we weren't going very, very far. On day 214, I ended up following some bubbles. You can sometimes come across these, you can come across these like bubbles coming up from the ground that you can investigate, and when you do, they start moving in a direction. You can follow them, kind of like how the mysterious tracks can appear on the ground. You can get these mysterious bubbles when you're on the ocean, and so I found some and started steering toward them. They didn't last very long, and I guess I weren't getting to them quickly enough. But later on I came across another set of them and decided to give it another go, and I got a bit all kind of turned around and ended up getting a bit lost for a while. I did end up finding lots of driftwood though while we were out here, which were pretty good because I needed some driftwood. I had a bit of a close call as well, accidentally hitting this powder keg in the water that managed to spring a leak in the boat. Had to go and make some repair kits. Luckily I keep some stingers now on the boat. But yeah, thanks to the ice flingomatic, we don't actually set those on fire anymore, or we do, but it no longer stays on fire. It gets put out and doesn't explode as a result. Just can see the flingomatic can work there. Pretty handy. So before that would have killed us, but thankfully now it doesn't. Well worth the investment. The next day though, just while we're going around, I found this steamer trunk, and yeah, a full sight suit, as well as a compass, a harpoon, some doubloons, a tooth trap, some coral. It was a very good find, this. If you don't know full sight, I think that as armour is the best armour in the game, something on those lines. So ridiculously good armour that we've got here. Very good find, this. On day 216, literally the start of it, I'm making a regular fishing rod in an attempt to open this watery grave. I had to look this up, and apparently you just have to, yeah, you just have to go over to the watery grave and fish it out. But it wouldn't work. I figured maybe I wasn't close enough. And so I tried to get a bit closer. And even when I got close enough, and you'll see in a second here, it still wouldn't allow me to open this with a fishing rod. So normally you would equip fishing rod, you'd hover over it, and the option to, I think, either fish the watery grave or open it would come up, and you'd be able to get it that way. So I tried the deep sea, I tried the sea fishing rod instead, and cast that, and I thought maybe it'd sort of act like a grappling hook and reel it in, and no, it does not. So I guess these just aren't working at the moment, these water graves. I'm wondering if maybe I have to be in the original boats from the Shipwrecked mod that's part of, obviously, well, not Shipwrecked mod, from the Shipwreck DLC that's part of this mod. So maybe I have to be in one of those boats to go and use it on this. I'm not sure, but either way I couldn't open it, and I'm a bit disappointed. Later that day though, we made landfall, and we're actually surprisingly right next to the biome with the iron on. So we're actually incredibly close. And yeah, just hop off the ship. Got it nice and parked. Make sure I've got a few inventory slots open for the iron, which we'll inevitably be getting. And I made my way over. Now, there's a few ways to get iron. One way would be to kill these Thunderbirds, and then what we should be able to do is mine the giant amount of iron that they're kind of sat on. The other thing worth noting though is that, now here's the thing, you don't really want to fight those, because the way that they fight is they just sit on their nest, and then when they attack, they literally summon lightning down to strike you, so not something we want to be going up against. But they give you a very clear warning when they're about to attack, so that they can kind of scare you off and not necessarily get into a fight, which is quite nice. But there are just bits of iron lying around, and we managed to get a decent chunk there. But the other thing that's worth noting is that we're next to this Iron Hulk biome. So as you can see, there's just loads and loads of charred up trees, lots of charcoal, everything's burnt up. We will be able to find ourselves, if we look carefully, an Iron Hulk. Now the Iron Hulks, when you mine them, they will give you iron. And you can do this, as far as I'm aware, forever. It can be done infinitely. Once you have mined them so much though, and it depends, sometimes you can mine them a lot, sometimes it just takes you getting one single scrap of iron from them. But at some point, they will activate. And when they activate, and we can see on there, well, you'll see. So that's the head, obviously it kind of, so it jumps around by opening and closing its jaw, it jumps and tries to bite you. And each of the body parts of the destroyed Iron Hulk will activate and have different attack patterns and things based on what body part they are. But as you can see there, we only managed to get one iron before it woke up on us. Random lower plant with the eyeballs set up there as well. Yeah, here, so we get another one, and the leg activates. We're doing rather well considering. on day 217 we go looking for some more. Again, we're already up to 9 iron. We managed to get another piece, and then the arm activates. And I go for another look around. That's point as well, just while I remember seeing that boulder covering up the caves there. So the reason why we took off the heaps of food mod is because apparently that's the one that was preventing the caves from being accessible. I have no idea how an incompatibility between that and the Tropical Experience mod is causing the caves not to be accessible, but it is. But the caves are now accessible again, which is quite nice. We activate the arm here, and we managed to get 3 pieces of iron from it before that activates. But as you can see, this one's a bit deadlier. It's got a bit more range to it compared to the others, and it's just firing off these lasers, which is pretty terrifying. But that's most of the iron gathered that we're going to need, so we start moving back at this point. While we're still in the area though, I decided to check out the farms, just see if there's anything there I can grab, but I end up spying this pig guard, and he goes down to these like carnivorous plants here, and we end up getting his halberd, which is pretty good. So the halberd is needed to create a guard tower, but what's good about it is once I've got one, I can now go and create a guard tower, put it maybe, you know, a bit too close to the frogs or the spiders perhaps, and it's not like the frogs and the spiders are going to eat the halberd, so it'll drop when it dies. So one of these guard towers can then theoretically produce an infinite number of halberds, and those halberds can then be used to create more guard towers. So just by getting this one halberd, I've now essentially got a production line of halberds forever, which is pretty good. Anyway, we can get all this killed, we'll get some more resources here, and we'll loot up as much as we can. On day 218, I've gone back to the boat, I've done a bit of inventory management, and tried to get to a point where I'm ready to go and have a bit of a cave explore. I'm not going to be long, I just want to see like the sort of local area under the caves, well, under the ground here, just get into the caves, to just see how the hamlet caves are compared to the regular ones. But yeah, since last time, since we were unable to travel down to the caves in the hamlet area, we've not been able to get really much seen down here, so I wanted to kind of have a look, see if they were any different or anything, and yeah, looks like it is literally, it's hamlet caves, and it's very distinctly all hamlet items and hamlet biomes in the sinkholes and hamlet mobs and things. We've got weird cave squirrels here, so even the underground here is different. As you can see here, there are some different types of beefalo that are all underground here as well. But our goals at this point still, we're wanting to have a nice explore of the cave, and I'm wanting to get back for winter in order to raid Moonquay Island. If we can get there in the winter, the monkeys should be asleep during winter, from what I understand. So we can head in and maybe destroy their spawn buildings or pen them in or something before they're awake. Anyways, we can see there's some like ant people across, and so yeah, want to go and investigate that. But lots to explore, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing. After a short while, we managed to come across the edge of this biome here, which is full of these gravestones. And there's not just one or two. Now, we can't really do anything about it at the moment because our inventory is so unbelievably full that we couldn't possibly carry all of this. But keep in mind that I don't think this is a normal survivor thing. I think this is a Wendy thing where the ghosts just aren't bothered about her. But there's just all these pig ghosts that aren't bothered. There's golden nuggets everywhere. But more importantly is we could theoretically dig all of this up and go and trade it all in if we wanted. But yeah, there's just tons and tons of grave sites, and all of them can be dug up, and they'll all have trinkets and weird stuff in them everywhere, and said trinkets could by all means be traded in with the Pig King for essentially infinity gold. So if we feel like doing a bit of grave robbing, then there's a hell of an opportunity down here waiting for us. But yeah, you can even see it on the map, just like all the little chunks of gold and tombstones and everything that's just everywhere in this biome. Absolutely ridiculous. We do get a little cave though while we're exploring. So, looks like this isn't immune to getting them as well. Bit of an earthquake. At this point I'm just kind of running out of places to put things. It hadn't occurred to me at this point that, because one thing I've been doing is with Wobie there, I have been keeping those Tallberg eggs stored there as basically an emergency food source, just in case, essentially. Because yeah, with us being underground and that, you know, it's sometimes you might be caught short of food. I didn't want to be, so anyway, I do a bit of digging, find a random. Now this is a weird one. I didn't know you could get mugs as like from the first mod as items in graves, but hey, now you know. Unfortunately, those things are just kind of ever present in the underground here, though, and we can't get rid of them really unless you find the absolute origin point of them, which sometimes can be off to the side off a cliff. But yeah, we find some recipe cards, a scrapbook page, some gems, some gears. These graves aren't just good, but you know, and there's not just a lot of them. They've got really good items, better than the norm in them, which is kind of unbelievable. So at some point we definitely want to come back here and get this scene to. Anyway, now we've got the hat on, we can get rid of those hands there. Can't really do it otherwise. So now we have to organise all of this. But I'll save you the trouble of watching my attempts to. I think I end up leaving the recipe behind, since I've already got the crafting pot mod that just tells you the recipes and that. But we do get the scrapbook page and things, and wrangle all this into our item storage, apart from the recipe and that. With the graves behind us, we walk through here, but these beefalo things randomly start attacking, and we end up losing Abigail on this. And these are not slow or anything, these are nasty. Luckily they can just end up aggroing on other stuff. And so they end up aggroing on the squirrels and then on Abigail. But yeah, just something to be a bit wary of, those weird buffalo things. They are not friendly at all. Not in any way, shape or form. And they will just aggro over basically nothing. I decided that before I go, because I've really not got the inventory space to be lying around down here, and I've filled my inventory up with gold. So I decided to go and look at the ants over here to see what's going off here. It looks like there's a giant ant queen there, if I want to come down and attack them. Some weird like honey hive things there. And the ant warriors seem to attack on sight. But at least now we know what's over here. So potential boss fight if we want to come and do that at some point. But yeah, not too much more over here. It just all seems to be essentially ant territory. So if we ever want to pick a fight with the ants, we know where to come and pick it. Out of curiosity, I decided to have a look at this compared to the map from the original cave biome. So it looks like this is like a separate area far away from it. And it kind of puts into perspective how massive it is down here. So it would seem that, yeah, there's just this absolutely massive gap between here and there. And I'm also wondering if this labyrinth thing over there is possibly, because I know that in part of the caves there's supposed to be this, what's it, I think it's called, is it Shadow Fuel or Fuel Weaver, I think, something like that. But you can summon this like endgame boss down here. There's also supposedly this massive frog with toadstools on him. And I'm yet to find any bosses other than this giant ant queen. But I am at some point hoping to actually come down and fight the cave bosses. It just seems that the mods have drastically changed the generation of the caves, so I have no idea where things are. Anyway, all that said though, so continue exploring, and it seems that there's not loads more I want to do here though, since we've got a full inventory, so I don't want to be much longer. Anyway, before we go out, I'm just doing a bit more exploring of things and kind of forget how fast my character runs now and end up accidentally just sliding through into these buffaloes. They aggro really easily if you go anywhere near them, and they can keep up, so I very nearly get caught out and killed there, but a lot of them end up aggroing instead on Abigail and then leave me alone, so Abigail kind of takes one for the team here, and then they go to sleep because it's hit night time. So a bit of a lucky escape there really. That said though, they do get Abigail, and so we are now without our sister for a day or so. And I decided at this point it's probably best if I make a hasty retreat. But anyway, at this point I end up managing to get a little bit lost. I can't really see the exit very well because of the amount of icons on the map, so I can't really tell where the exit is exactly. I just remember that it's up in this general direction somewhere, and I end up getting a bit lost. But yeah, as day 222 comes round, yeah, I'm kind of trying to look on the map here to find it, and cannot decide exactly where it is. Fairly certain the icon is covered up with trees or something that are probably positioned very close to it. The next day, well, later in the day, I do actually find it. But if you heard that roar, then yeah, just as we're leaving, this massive roar comes out. No idea where it's from or why, but it sounds like something's very annoyed. So I make my way out. At the very end of day 222, I row my way off the shore, and start setting sail. Just as I'm hauling the sails up in the night, I see this steamer trunk, and so we stop here for the night and unload all the contents off onto the ship. We get some electrical doodads and some gears, which are pretty good, as well as a blow dart and a harpoon. Not quite as crazy as the last one, but still some decent stuff. We also get some doubloons and a random spear. I managed to sail back in one piece. It's quite quick because there's an ocean current from the Ocean Currents mod that kind of goes in this direction, so I can kind of catch that to quickly hurl my ship all the way up here quite quickly. And we managed to kind of steer with a vague amount of precision up here and kind of arc up along the island, which is quite good, rather than being all the way off to the side of the forest or something like that, like we normally are. But yeah, we're back on the continent, pretty much ready to just unload all our cargo when we need to. And we've got quite a lot of treasure on this one, on this expedition, which is pretty good. With all that iron that we've now got as well, we start working on the ball peen hammers and begin putting together some planks and start finishing the final few shops. We don't need much more now. In fact, I believe we're down to, yeah, what's that, 5 shops, one of which is the bank, so, well, mineral exchange, but yeah. So, we're more or less done with these now. We can even make the magnifying glass. And we do that next, so we've just really got the mud spa and the grocers. The mineral exchange, we just need to get one of the, well, we just need to get our money out from Chester and put that together at some point. But we're not far out. I quickly go back to my chest here. We get the blue gems we require, prototype what we need, and the next thing you know, we're making the I think this shop sells schematics. Yeah, the Tinker's Tower. It doesn't even require wood or anything, that one. So we've got that ready to place. So I've not set anything out yet. I'm wanting to make some turf and specifically roads and some cobblestone areas and that I can place. So that'll require me getting a pitchfork, raising everything up, and placing down some roads and that, which I'm going to do at some point, but until I've got the roads kind of laid out, I don't want to be placing the shops just yet. Anyway, day 225 rocks round. Now, I honestly can't find the bit where it happens. I've been scouring it a bit, but apparently on either 224 or 225, at some point, Wendy just randomly starts saying that could be bad, a bit ominous, you know. That sounds like it could be bad, and there was a bit of a roar noise heard, like echoing in the distance. So I've got a suspicion I know what that is, but in the meantime though, I go and attack some beehives because I'm looking to get stingers. So I'm trying to like get the bees to come out and get the stingers so I can make more repair kits on the boat, since I was running a bit low last time. Anyway, just as I'm doing all of this though, would you guess the ominous sound I heard, because it is now late autumn. Yep, we've got ourselves a wild badger. So what badger does, he's very similar to Deerclops, but there's a few differences. So as we know, we've fought him once before. He did get Chester there as well, if you can see all the items that just got flung on the floor. So he's managed to get Chester. So when he charges and does that big attack, he does destroy all the trees, essentially chopping them down for us as he's walking by. However, if he is just walking normally and it's not a charge attack or anything, and he destroys a tree by walking into it, it will not drop its logs. It will drop its logs if it's a charge attack, or ground pound, or if he swipes it with his fist. Yeah, so he swipes it with his claws. Any of those will destroy the tree and drop its logs. While he's not aggroed, he searches for food. And as you can see here, he's going for the monster meats left by the spiders. The problem is while he's doing this, it is healing him a little bit. I think the monster meat is actually harming him, since it's monster meat. Not much, but a little bit. The Spider Queen seems completely uninterested in him, so we're not going to be able to get the bosses to fight each other. What you can do though is get tree guards to spawn, and they'll usually fight him because he's been destroying so many trees. So that is a legitimate strategy as well, that. Anyway, I decide to build a campfire. Given that I'm probably going to be out here for a little while. At which point he randomly aggroes and decides to destroy it. I'm not exactly sure what the whole problem he's got with me is there, but anyway. He comes along and starts just wrecking the entire forest. Good news is this is giving me plenty of logs for later. So you can see there, we've got absolutely loads of logs ready for later. But now we've got hounds coming. Yep. So we've got the tree guards are probably going to take Badger out for us. We've managed to recall Abigail into this. And the hounds are on their way. So not all that bad in all fairness. I decide that I need to get all the meat gathered up, because if I don't, then it'll all get eaten by the hounds if it's left on the floor. They'll go straight for the meat. I'm at this point trying to figure out what to do in all of this, because the problem is these are fire hounds. And they've just exploded in the middle of a giant pile of logs, which are all now ash. I'm trying to see if I can get Badger's thick fur out of all of that. It looks like that the fur might have been fireproof or something, but yeah. I kind of realise at this moment that the forest is going to burn down. So that's an issue. Luckily the tree guards aren't aggroed on me, but I kind of go off screen and try to just create a fire break here. So I chop the trees down that are on fire. And I extinguish the tree over here. All that stuff there does end up going up in flames. I try to use that to like burn the tree guards a little bit if I can, but it doesn't do much, so. They're on low health anyway. I've still got some durability left on my log suit. So, tentacle spike equipped. Take a bit of a sip of my tea to prevent myself from dying from thirst during the fight. Take the hits. And we go about killing them. Be careful now, because even though I'm blocking with the shield, it looks like it doesn't stop damage to your armor from going through. I think I've mentioned it a few times before in previous episodes, but yeah, if I block something, my armor still takes a hit. It takes much less of a hit because you're taking a lot less damage, but it still hurts. And we've just got tons of loot we need to organise at this point, most of which has been burnt to a crisp. We're not getting any logs out of this, but we did get some gems and some furs and that, so it's not all bad. And we got some living logs too from the tree guards, but not the greatest of hauls given the amount of combat that just went down and the amount of bosses we just killed. But it is what it is. The remainder of day 226 then was mostly just me going and gathering all the stuff I could from the battlefield that we've just basically created there. So we go back and we grab what we can, and we also go and check out the stuff Chester dropped. Chester is back within a day, so it's not all that bad. We can get that stuff stored back in pretty quick. At this point, our main goal, with winter being literally around the corner, is to get to Moonquay Island and get that place raided. We want to get all the stuff from there. Anyway, we have to get all this moved over. Chester's been resummoned because it's been a day, so we're just filling back up, and that's the end of day 226. Most of day 227 was spent just cooking and creating food items with the meat that we'd gathered. You may notice a slight drop in quality here for this. I think it's literally this day. I'd started a new recording session and I'd forgotten to change the resolution. I'd been recording in 720p for Starfield, and so this part's not quite in HD. But I noticed after about a day and it's all back to normal, but not much missed. Mostly spent just cooking, getting everything sorted, and that was day 227. It was much the same with day 228. I kind of spent half the day just gathering wood, and then I set sail back on my ship. We've plenty of wood, and we've got 10 stingers on the ship, so plenty of repair kits there that we can make. I kind of rowed out. It looks like there's a wind coming in, but anyway, I raised the anchor, then tried to row again. I got much better results then. And I just set sail, ready to go for Monkey Island. Again, the main reason we're doing this is that the enemies there basically hibernate for winter, so going now means we can, for the most part, avoid them. So we get everything turned around and raise the sails. Anyway, we hitch a ride on these ocean currents, and we're getting pulled along quite nicely. It's quite fast to say the boat is so large, but the disadvantage to this is, of course, we can't steer very well. especially going at these speeds. So we're already using our repair kits up. One thing I'd forgotten to anticipate though here is that we actually are dropping temperature rather rapidly. One thing I kind of forgot was, well, firstly, yes, we're going to need to have some kind of way of heating ourselves up on the ship, which I didn't have at the moment. But moreover, one thing I should have noticed is that I wasn't wearing any warm clothing at this time, which I definitely should have been, because we are just about to hit winter. The thing is, I wasn't expecting it to be this cold at the end of autumn. Usually you've got a little while before it gets into winter, and then it's winter proper and you really start to freeze and you need to start putting the clothing on. But I'm guessing it must be that when you're in the when you're at sea, there must be just a lower temperature compared to on land, which makes sense. That is true. There's not as much to shield you from the wind, which is usually why it feels a bit warmer. We accidentally we accidentally released the sails there when I'm trying to get to Pet Warby here. Anyway, I get some warm clothing on finally, and we just about managed to save it, but we are still losing a bit of health. The health loss continues through the night, and I try to build a campfire in the morning, and I can see what I'm doing. And the immediate issue that we've got, now I know you can actually build a like a stone proper campfire on the ship. I know that you can do that, like a permanent one, but there's so much crap all over the deck now that I'd have to move all of that and place it there, and would probably die in the time it took me to do that. So we've got a bit of an issue now. I think a message in a bottle has just got stuck on the side of the ship as well while I've been turning around there. What's not helping as well is the rain. As you can see, we're rather wet at this point, and the rain is causing us to lower temperature even more. Anyway, I use some of the spider glands that I keep on Chester as an emergency. Well, just in case of emergencies, and I figure this is one, so I do get the message in a bottle as well. But I don't spend time unwrapping and opening it and things, and have to take back control of the helm here because we're being blown off course. And so it's looking rather dire at this point. We're not regaining heat. It looks like this map as well takes us to the octopus. I think that's from Shipwrecked. I forget exactly what it does, but I think it's similar to the Pig King. You can give him doubloons and he gives you something in return, I think is how he works. But yeah, I think this pauses me actually looking that up. Pause over and we're back in here, and it looks like we've drifted to an island, at which point I kind of think, well, I should probably go there so that I don't freeze to death even though it's covered in bones. You can tell we're getting a bit desperate at this point, so I'm kind of trying to build a fire pit on here, and again it's not quite working. We're healing on Chester's emergency stash of spider glands, and very quickly deteriorating in our condition here. But it's at this point I decide, sod it, just get to the island. So we take a chance. At the very least, we can just set up on the coast and get a campfire down to just get this wetness off my character. And as soon as we've done that, we can kind of go from there. And we just catch our health before it hits 0. All we have to do is increase our temperature by 4 degrees, and we should stop freezing to death. So it's ridiculous to think that all of this is caused by our character being about 4 degrees below 0 temperature. Anyway, we managed to get to the shore without any issue. Place our campfire, making sure it's well out of reach of the ice thing-o-matic. And as you can see, as temperature has increased, and we're no longer dying. We even get a bit of food down us to heal a bit, and so on. So not all that bad. At which point I realise that there's a panda house next to me. So that's something that might be worth looking into. But yeah, I think what's been the cause of the sudden drop in temperature for me here has been a combination of the rain causing that wetness, but I think the winds that we're getting, these high winds, also contribute as well to a little bit of temperature loss. And I think those combined, while I weren't wearing any warm clothing, are what's ended up causing me to freeze here. So pirate parrot there as well, dropped some doubloons. But yeah, a bit of a various mixture of different variables there causing me to slowly freeze almost to death several times, but luckily we've managed to just about avoid it, and we're keeping the fire alive just about here. But yeah, we're back up to 40 degrees temperature now that we've got warmed up again. The hibernation vest is doing a very good job at keeping the heat in, as it were. Problem is as well is all of this is considered wet fuel now, so it doesn't add as much, fortunately. But we managed to make it through the night. The next day, unsurprisingly, the pandas that are here all come out of their houses. I'm half tempted to take some back with me, but it is worth noting that they seem to eat logs, apparently. So I'm kind of beginning to think against it, but we are lucky with one thing here, which is that the pandas, well, the panda island here, though the pandas are not of particular interest, what is of interest are these banana trees. They're interesting. Because when we get to Moonquay Island, in order to get several of the items that we're looking to get from there, we do need to swap bananas for them. So literally, when we get there, we have to trade with the monkey pirate queen and gain a bunch of blueprints and other items on the trade, but we need bananas. Works very much in the same way as the Pig King. You give them bananas, they drop stuff. I decide while I'm here to just have a bit of an explore of the area. I also decide I want to get some more logs and things just to take back up to the boat, because yeah, we can always use more material to repair things with, so won't say no. But I also decide I want some of these trees because they look quite nice, so I'm going to take these back and plant a few. They remind me very much of like little cherry blossom trees, well, cherry trees, so decide to take a few of those with me and get some logs to repair the boat with. I explore the island a bit more and find these weird tiki mask things stashed around. I I decided to just hammer it away and see if it'll drop the mask. It does. So I've got a tiki mask now. Don't know what I can use it for, but I have it. Maybe I can just make it to look scary. Anyway, I keep going around mostly to just get more bananas while I'm here. I just keep exploring the island and see if there's anything interesting. I eventually find this biome far across the island. I have no idea what those are or what they do, and I'm not interested to find out. They look like something I should just avoid. But I do see these golden clockwork guardians here. And I'm thinking, well, that's interesting. I've not seen golden ones before. So I'm thinking maybe they're going to drop loads of gold and loads of gears. I quickly end up looking it up. But shortly after I end up in a fight. I think I didn't manage to find out exactly what they were. I think I might have, and it's just, yeah, they drop gold. But, yeah. That's pretty much it. They start hitting Abigail, who can absolutely tank all of this. While I just go and smack them from the sides. And, yeah, lo and behold. Now, this monkey appears to be trying to nick all of it. But, yeah, we get a bunch of gold, some money, some gears, some gems. Very much worth doing. We put out the manure that's randomly there and getting set on fire. Probably dropped from the monkey. But now we've got a bunch of gears and gold. The treasure we're getting from this outing is starting to mount up at this point. Getting quite a nice bit. Anyway, I explored the biome a bit more, and it turns out that, kind of like a graveyard and other biomes, there's just gold scattered about around here. So I grab it all up, and then I decide I should probably head back to the boat and get all this stashed away. Still not quite sure what those guys are. But since there were a big pack of them, and I'm already on about half health, I wasn't interested in starting a fight. At the end of the day, I go and do a bit of weightlifting and get ready, because I decided that I am going to try and get a few of the pandas. I've looked in the crafting tab and found that you can make huts for pandas, so I'm going to take a few with me. So I head out and I get my hammer ready. It's a full moon. And so I just start having at it straight away. And yeah, with our bonuses from having just worked out, we just do an absolute ton of damage. But yeah, we're wanting these panda fur tuft things, so we need a bunch of those to be able to make these. So I go and destroy another house, and at that point we've got just about enough to be able to make a single panda hut back at the house. Not at the house, at the base. And so I'm happy with that, and I head off in the morning on the boat. It's also worth noting that as well as getting the pandas fur and that to make a hut with, we also get the building materials for making them, which means I get a bunch of planks which I use to just repair my boat for the moment, which has been very helpful. And we are absolutely just laden down with bananas now. I think I've like filled most of the fridge with them. And we're getting even more. Again, because this is a harvesting action, we're getting double. So well, literally, as you can see from here, each one of these, like 5 trees just gave us 10, so very good. Very good to be getting all of these. Anyway, it was actually day 233 we actually set sail. So, but yeah, early in the morning, 233, we are off on our way back to our journey. We are now officially in winter, as you can see. And basically, we're looking to get back on course to go to Moonquay Island. As we're going past, we find another little sea biome here. You can find these near the land. I think it's part of, again I want to say Shipwrecked, but it might be Hamlet, I'm not sure. But you can find these lily pond biomes, where there's just these giant lily pads and hippos everywhere. They can be kind of aggressive, so you don't want to annoy those. They will get in the water, they will chase you, and if they attack you, they are big and hard hitting and have a lot of health, if I remember correctly. Anyway, we're getting blown off course. So I try to take a moment to just stop the boat, steer out of the way. And then, when the wind's not blowing, just get the sails back down and start moving in the right direction. In the night, during day 233, we end up getting caught on these sheets of ice. And not only that, there's a mini glacier there as well. So I'm wondering where the hell we are, and if we need to go and explore this, which I decide to do so. I get caught on the ice for a little bit, and end up with some penguins jumping out, but as you can see, we're on a very different island here. So we've got an island full of monsters that are frozen, and the place is just engulfed in snow. Not only that, but there's, I think that's not even just Deerclops, I think that's like a special version of Deerclops that usually comes during, I think that comes out during Christmas events. It's like a super version of Deerclops. But yeah, it's all here and they're all frozen. So, of course, we have to find out, don't we? What happens if we mine away? And lo and behold, we get a spider. So if we wanted to ever fight Mega Deerclops, we know the place. Or if we just want lots of ice. Now this was interesting. You're probably wondering what the hell is chopping away, and it looks like over here there's a society of werebeavers that live in little huts. So, and again, it looks like you can build them if you get their skins. So I'm kind of wondering what I would use them for, but I end up thinking, well, maybe I'll get one and just place it somewhere back on the continent, just so that we have them, and if we ever want to have more, we can just do that rather than having to come all the way out here. Anyway, we'll get some boards though for our trouble. I'm smashing those crates. But I put a pin in the idea of getting some beavers at the moment. Exploring the island a bit more, I find these weird frost spider dens where they do an attack where spikes shoot up out of the ground. So I can't just let Abigail fight this one for me, because since it's an area attack, I am getting caught up in this a little bit. I have to be a bit more careful than I normally am with spiders as enemies. And we do get a bit of bleed damage as well here. So I decide against picking any more fights with the spiders. Would you believe it? And just leave it to Abigail. Now, here's something that was quite interesting. I found out that there's these trees on the island that you can kind of see them here. They're sort of washed, they look like they've been washed up from the sea or something. They're all dried out husks and that. It's not really a tree, is it? It's just like a dried up log. Abigail finds out whatever the hell that is. And the next thing you know, it's already dead. Drops a bit of meat though. But yeah, these logs that we've done this with, they drop driftwood. Which again, say that you normally have to go out and collect loads of that. Just finding a bunch of it here, very useful. I believe they're used in a recipe for some of the cannons in one of the mods I've got. Which we'll be hoping to look into maybe getting into a bit later on. But so very useful item, driftwood. Anyway, we find these suspicious looking igloos here, so I decided to camp for the night, get a bit of wood to just act as fuel for the fire and that. And I decided I'm going to go and pay them a visit in the morning. So it turns out in the morning we go and have a look, and yeah, they're pigloos. Literally, pigloos. And actually I think it's just called them igloos, but it should have called them pigloos. Anyway, as you can see, we've got a few shops as well. I end up having a look, but the shops are mostly I mean, you'll find out here in a sec, but this one's quite interesting, this actually. This one appears to sell boss items, like rare items. Well, actually not boss items, it does include a few boss items, but it seems to sell winter supplies. You know, really rare winter supplies. You know, we're not talking beefalo wool and earmuffs and things. No, we're talking beefalo horns, badger pelts, deerclops eyes. So actual boss items are being sold there that can be used to craft winter clothing. And then we get a bait and tackle shop. So if we want to do some fishing, we can come to here, and this is probably a good place to be. I don't think we can actually recreate these shops as part of our pig city, so I think these are unique to this tribe. I couldn't see them in the crafting tab. But it looks like we've got quite a find here. There's also some snowmen. It's just kind of cute. I was half tempted to see if I could smash it and get a top hat. But then I kind of figured, well, I don't really have the space for it at the moment. So, anyway, I decided to explore the island a bit. And just have a look around. I find a statue head here as well. Not that I can really do much with it. But I keep exploring, just looking around the island, seeing if there's anything else that's interesting. The next day I'm back on the boat, and I'm just sailing off. And at this point, I find there's literally another island right next door. So I decided I should probably go and explore that as well. And it really is, literally, it's practically touching it. But if you got a few dock kits or whatever, you could probably make a little land bridge over onto this very easily. Because you can kind of see on the minimap the 2 points that are practically touching on it, where these islands are. So that's quite interesting. Anyway, it's another permanent winter island, We're getting plenty of driftwood at the very least. And then we find out that, yeah. We find out what's here on the island. Looks like it's a bunch of angry polar bears. For whatever reason. But yeah, a bunch of angry polar bears, a winter koalaphant. It's maybe not the sort of place we want to be right now. Since I don't want to be eaten by polar bears. I'd rather not. So, yeah. We probably don't want to be here for very long. I do go and have a little bit of an explore though. I should also point out as well, and yeah, we don't be going near that thing over there. Yeah, I remember now with these, they weren't actually marked as winter koalaphants, they were marked as mammoths. I don't know if there's a difference maybe in the things they drop, but or possibly their appearance, but yeah. These are marked as mammoths apparently. So I think the polar bears are herding mammoths or something. I'm not sure about the ins and outs of it, but I'm going to try and avoid dying to spiders. I can say that much. The next day I decide to set sail, and just as I'm doing so, this whale decides to pick a fight with Abigail. So I've just got this whale now at the front of the boat, splashing waves upon the deck, and trying to kill Abigail, so... I start by shooting it, seeing what that does. Not a whole lot. But anyway, we get the kill. Apparently, doesn't drop much, it just literally keels over dead. Bit disappointing, but I'm probably missing something. We must be able to use something with it or interact with it in some way to do something. Not entirely certain what, but anyway, there's a dead whale now. That end I've still got Abigail riled up, which I forgot about, and she just murders a bunch of penguins. Well, pengulls. So we get some free stuff, as you do. Some fresh eggs, bit of meat, and a few feathers. And some drumsticks. Anyway, I'm trying to get out from the island. Looking at the map, trying to figure out exactly what direction it's in. We've got a campfire as well now on the front of the boat. A permanent one, so that I can not freeze to death while I'm steering. Figured it would be a good idea to just have it there in case I quickly need to warm up and not run the risk again. But yeah, as you can see, we need to go north, so we have to go kind of west for a while to get around the island and get clear of it, and then we can head to the north. Anyway, the wind's blowing in the right direction. Sails are unfurled. So we'll get to a decent start here. It looks like there's another message in a bottle over there as well. So we'll learn that. I think these are glitching out as well, because when we put them down, they just disappear. It's like the ones that are in jars I seem to have issue with. Anyway, at this point we get kind of caught by the current, and we're just off. That's it, we're off. We're off and away. And get flung into the side there. Not great. Anyway. We are managing to just about keep control though. and we just kind of end up following this current around then, since it's now... It is heading more or less in the direction we want it to. We just got to make sure we don't hit all the rocks on the way. Which we just glance that one. Doesn't cause a leak though, thankfully. That one does though. There's going to be a lot of this to come. On day 239, I managed to find another steamer trunk, so a bit more loot there for us. It's full of some decent stuff. Nothing crazy in that. But there's a spear gun, which is quite interesting. There's a single-use grenade. There's a feather cap. Cloth sail. Golden shovel, some coral, and some doubloons. So again, not bad. Nothing absolutely incredible or anything, but not bad, honestly. I just have to remember where I've been storing all my doubloons this time, so I can stack all those up. Now, at the night time, it got quite interesting. So Abigail's just kind of gone off the side of the ship there, bumped into a narwhal, and they're just having a massive fight. She wins, of course. And we're being taken away by a current. We've at this point hit the very top of the map as well. So we've actually hit the furthest most northern point on the map. And we end up fighting off the tusks at night. So yeah, fighting off the McTusk family, pair of evil walruses that are out to hunt us. We end up just fighting them off at the night here. And we're doing alright. Surprisingly. But we have been brought back to land by that current. Now at this point I'm actually quite surprised. We've hit the very top of the map. And it is supposed to be around here that the actual Moonquay Island is meant to be, if I remember correctly, which it's looking more like I'm not remembering correctly. Which gives a bit of an issue. So we know that it's around here somewhere, so we're just going to have to go along the top edge of the map until we find it. But anyway, yeah. It's not looking too great. Anyway, while I'm here I give the island a bit of an explore. And I find another McTusk. It looks like there's multiple igloos here. And multiple McTusks, which is weird. Anyway, I then find these flames here. These, what do you call them? Braziers, perhaps? But yeah, I find them in the middle with a statue with missing parts. So suddenly, the statue parts we were finding earlier make sense. So, mystery solved. Anyway, back at the boat though, unfortunately, as you can kind of see here, the boat is wedged and it's stuck. I've kind of kept this part in because it's just, I did find where those statues, well, those statue parts go, so we've kind of solved the mystery here. But we'd have to go back to the islands and find them and drag them over, and it's going to be a whole thing. And moreover though, we are actually stuck, so the boat won't actually move. I tried getting on the steering wheel and moving it that way. It wiggles a little, but not very much, and not enough to get it free. I've tried rowing, and yeah, it doesn't appear to be working. I tried getting the sails unfurled and doing that, but it looks like it's going to be a rollback. We're going to have to roll the server back a few days and unstick ourselves. So unfortunately the past few days worth of progress goes down the drain here. But like I said, just while since I've got the footage, I just wanted to kind of show where that statue actually, where the parts actually go. We might come back to it later on, but for now, we're gonna have to reload where we got stuck from. So here we are, back in time, at the beginning of day 239. And this time, since we went to the north and then to the east last time, coming along there looking for the island in question, this time I figured maybe we've gone perhaps too far that way. But then I remembered that there was also that steamer trunk over here, so maybe we do want to have a look over in this direction anyway. Of course, though, none of it really mattered because in the end, well, yeah, we're not going at a brilliant speed and we're about to hit a current, so you can guess what's about to happen here. There we go. We're not getting out of that. So we're back down here. Anyway, a little bit lost and directionless. We ended up going a little bit off course here and, yep, we hit another current. We get carried around and we end up finding another snowy island. So there seem to be a lot of these up in the north side of the map. I'm assuming it's like meant to represent us getting close to like the North Pole or something, you know, it's getting like a colder climate and that, which is a nice little feature. But yeah, we've been blown quite far off course. And we're just kind of out in the middle of nowhere now. That said, we soon find the shoreline. And just narrowly managed to avoid it by quickly steering. So we don't hit it too hard and cause a leak. But a beaver has boarded our ship and is now starting to eat our logs. We probably want to do something about that. And just as we're thinking about doing something, hey look, another current. So it looks like we might be getting taken on another adventure here, whether or not we want to be. And I'm desperately trying to feed our Glom Glom here, who is having none of it. And we sail past a message in a bottle while we're doing this. But, yep, having a bit of a hard time with it, and of course, rocks, leak. We once again end up finding the top of the map, and a new friend there for a moment. Anyway, we fend the shark off, but we're looking a bit worse for wear on health. We've still got those spider glands that I decide I should probably use. Before then remembering, yeah, also, don't die in the dark. Anyway, it looks like our werebeaver friend is about to have a very hard time of it, from the looks of things. But hey, if we wanted some food, we may have just found some. And each one heals us for 8. So this is like eating some, it's like having a bunch of spider glands, and it fills us up as well. So a pretty good get there. Let's That's coming very clutch, that. And just like that, we're back to 80 health, which is not bad. We're no longer on the brink of death anymore. So, for those of you wondering where exactly we are, we're up here. All the way up here. The map's the right way now. So we're in the like northeast corner. We've gone further than we did last time, I think, when we found that other island. But the problem now is, now Moonquay Island was north, and we've kind of covered most of where it was above those winter islands before, and then we've gone beyond them after reloading it and going all the way over here. And actually, I think it was at this point I went and had just created like a duplicate copy of the server. I snuck a peek of the map, then deleted that so that I'd got an undiscovered map again, just to basically just double check the location. And yeah, alright, we'd been going the wrong way. We needed to go left further towards the centre again. It is literally pretty much in the centre of the original continent, but to the north. So we needed to head back. With that in mind, I set off in the morning. We end up being attacked by these skunk rays that fly, like skunks crossed with stingrays crossed with flying squirrels or something. Very odd. Anyway, in trying to avoid all of these rocks, we end up basically, yeah, we get caught in this current, and it's going in the opposite direction to where we want to go. Yeah. And we haven't got time to stop it because we have to get the fire on for night time, and trying to get it to go back in that direction, it's just not enough. So unfortunately we've lost about half of the progress we made in travelling on day 242. Not made much progress actually at all, and we were attacked for doing so, so we're having some issues here. That said, we are on the right tracks though, but we are out of repair kits. So, of course, we end up drifting in the night, and we get attacked by skunk rays as I'm trying to steer the boat to avoid hitting some rocks that I could see on the minimap. Anyway, out of repair kits, we're now leaking. And there's these things attacking me during the night, so bit of an issue. In the morning I get some boat patches. I had to console command these in because I wasn't going to undo all the progress I'd made up to this point on making the boat. I did mention at the beginning that this wasn't going to be like a challenge run or anything, you know, it's not a hardcore ultra survival. It's mostly just me exploring the sheer vast amount of content in all these mods and seeing if I can actually remember how to be good at the game again. But anyway, I actually first put the wrong type of repair kits in. Apparently there's multiple types, and I ended up spawning 10 of these other ones that are now at the back of the boat there. Anyway, I've got 10 of the ones that I need now, because I can't make any more while I'm here, since it requires bee stingers, and there aren't bees on the ocean. Though we probably are going to need to repair the boat now that it's so low. But that was basically day 43 for the most part. There's also a narwhal again. I think... yeah. I think we end up repairing the boat using the living logs as well, so... a bit bad, but we've got plenty of living logs back at the base. So, shouldn't be too bad. And we do get a venom gland as well, which, as I mentioned, they're quite rare, those, and they can be used to treat poisons. Just when we think that our luck has been pretty bad so far, we get attacked by these things, whatever they are, that are now firing stuff at the boat. I managed to narrowly avoid that rock there by steering around, but we don't manage it twice, unfortunately. So it's a good job we put a few extra of those boat patches in. But yeah, some sort of weird plant life around here. I'm presuming there's probably a island somewhere that's probably caused these to spawn in or something. Anyway, we have to get ready. We need to power through this current without it taking us away. And of course we're having trouble grabbing, getting those seen to, and yeah. We're having issues with leaks. That's the amount of crap around these parts. Well done if you spotted it as well. If you can see it, 10 points to you, you know, +1 perception and all that. There's a leak. Can you spot it? I'll tell you, look just behind the alchemy engine there. Can you see just the top of the alchemy engine? Yeah, that's a leak. It's not snow on the top of it. There is snow on top of it, but also next to it there's a leak. A little one. Our boat is slowly losing health. I don't realise this. I don't realise this for quite a while. And I actually go on the island thinking, oh god, I need to get some more wood to repair the boat with, because we've not got enough. And so, I get to chopping. Guess what's happening to the boat? So, we're here the next day after chopping some trees down and a beaver's boarded us again. At which point I realise, why does the boat say it has 20 health left? And then I spot the leak. There we go. Kind of important, that. Luckily we've got some boats spare that we've put together. And we get to fixing. Of course that means we now need to get more wood, because we've just used a bunch of it. Because we need to have enough to be able to make repairs, should the need arise. We make a bunch of boards, again with the wood that we've gathered here. Since we've only got enough wood, we've only got, you know, so much inventory space, I just decide to make a bunch of boards and try to use most of it to just make repairs. I'm not sure what's happening with the beaver bear, but it looks like he's stuck trying to like eat the boat wreckage or something that's kind of attached to the front of the boat. But either way, it's time to once again set sail. It's also worth pointing out at this point that, so yeah, we've got a beaver on here again, and I'm annoyed because I think I'm paranoid that he's gonna like eat all my wood or something. I don't know what he's doing there. He's playing like the eating animation, but I don't think he's actually eating anything. He's just like glitched out or something, I think. But Abigail decided to just have at him. We didn't destroy any beaver huts on the island, but I did go and kill most of the beavers as well. So if you look in the backpack, I've actually got 5 pelts, and I think there's a few more on the ship. So we've got like 6 or 7 pelts or something at this point. We've got enough to make a hut for one when we get back. But anyway, we should be well on track at this point. So again, hopefully this time we're not completely lost. Anyway, so we travel back to the north of the main continent, and I try to like lower the sails and bring the boat to a halt practically, because as you can see there's an ocean current here that's trying to take me away, and there are so many like sea stacks and rocks here just jutting out of the ocean that yeah, I'm just trying to bring the boat to a halt till morning so we can actually get our bearings and avoid hitting all of these things. Because there's a lot of them around here. Morning arrives on, as you can see. Yeah, we were right to do that. But yes, we are now in the dead centre of the main continent, just to the north of it. So it looks like what we actually need to do in order to get there is to kind of go up around here, sort of at the very centre of the main continent, and go up from here. Anyway, I take a careful approach, we row up to them and then mine them away. I'm just trying to avoid hitting these things. Because I don't want to... I kind of... Again, as much as it's like, okay, I've cheated myself back to life a few times, which I kind of let myself off for because we're during the apocalypse, and then we've cheated these repair kits in here, I still feel bad a bit each time I do it. Anyway, the current's starting to bend around here, so we come off of it and start going, trying to maintain a straight course north, hoping to see the island soon. It should be around here. So we keep heading forwards, managing to, well, not quite managing, trying to avoid the sea stacks and things, and yeah, it is what it is. I decided to just take one at sails down. Looks like we're getting close to land, so we probably want to like bring it to a halt. And here we are, though just before we start it looks like we've got a shark friend. Now, if you've noticed it, well done on you, because it took me a second to notice. Top right, season, yeah, we wanted to get here in winter. Yeah, we ain't got long. Luckily, what it has meant is that the monkeys of the island are currently dormant. At least for now. And we are here. Anyway, it looks like that shark doesn't want to bother us, so we'll not bother him. So if you're new to the island here, it's a bit different. As you can see, there's an unnatural portal there that appears to be spitting out stuff, including a monkey. So I'll give you a quick rundown of Monkey Island here. This is the Monkey Island Pirate Queen. So they're in charge. Every time you give them some bananas, they will give you a blueprint. And we can keep trading these and keep getting blueprints. We've now pretty much got all the stuff that we need in order to... yeah, we've got all the stuff that we need in order to head back to the main continent. But as you can see, the monkeys that we're kind of not really wanting to engage with here, because this one came out of a portal, it is active. They do just come up and basically mug you. Not joking, he literally came up and stole resources. They steal whatever in the furthest most left item in your inventory, which in this case, on the far left, is my stacks of grass tufts. So he stole a few grass tufts off me. If you kill him, he'll drop it, I think. But if you, if he gets away, if you go to his hideout, you can you can go over and destroy his hideout, and I think it drops all the stuff that he took away with him. But like I said, while we're here, our main job is to just get these blueprints. That's one of the reasons we're here, one of many. Once she's given you them all, she will just start giving you duplicates. So I just empty the first stack of bananas we have on her here to free up inventory space and make sure that we've got everything. So as you can see, it's cannonball kits. Then we've got the cannonball blueprints. So basically, we can now make cannons. We can now make cannonballs. We can now make the sand turf that we're currently stood on as a decorative item. The dot kits there, that's really useful. You can, those are basically ground tiles that you can place on top of the ocean to allow you to walk across. And we can use those to make like a pier or dockyard or something, or just create bridges between islands without having to resort to creating like actual boat kits and stuff to do that. Anyway, looks like we've got them all and we're getting duplicates at this point. So I just double check, since you know we've got so many bananas, we might as well, but we are just getting duplicates at this point. The next thing worth mentioning here is, if you can see it just hitting us there, is these accursed trinkets. So that's taken the graft tufts out of my inventory and put this accursed trinket there. You cannot move it, you cannot drop it, it's always going to be there in your leftmost slot, and you'll just keep accumulating them while you're on the island. They drop and end up on the floor, and if you go near them, get sucked into your inventory, and they're dropped by the monkeys when you kill them. So if you kill loads of monkeys, you will eventually get a stack of these accursed trinkets. What they eventually do is, slowly but surely, they literally turn your character into a monkey, which is kind of cool. Quite cool that they've got that in as a mechanic. As you can see, the season has now just flicked over to spring. So we're now on spring, and the monkeys are out. And even though Abigail's killing them, they still drop those trinkets. It's not just about if you kill them, it's about if you just go near them after they've died. And you can see us getting, we've got 4 of them now, we're starting to get a few stacks and that. The main things we're wanting now, so we've got the blueprints, now what we need are kind of the unique items from this area. We're wanting these monkey tails that you can see here. These will give us some cut reeds that we can use. In addition, we're wanting the palm cone trees, and we're wanting the banana bushes. So they're all like unique flora you can find here. I'm also going to go and disable all the cannons that are on the island, so that if we come back, we're not going to have to contend with cannons firing on us. We can also grab the materials that we'll use to build them while we're here, and just stack up on that. Anyway, I've put Abigail in ultra aggressive mode. I'm just going to keep her on that while we're here. They also drop these, the monkeys, they also drop some unique items. You'll have seen the like wooden machetes. They're not brilliant melee weapons, but it's something. But they do drop these bandanas that make you look like a pirate. In addition to doing that, they also, I think they allow you to interact with items on your boat a bit faster, so like raising and lowering the anchor and the sails. You can do it a bit faster while you're wearing one of those bandanas, but it's not something we're overly fussed about. You know, I'd much rather have the umbrella on to prevent me from freezing to death again, or I'd rather have a helmet or something on. Not overly fussed over them, but we're going to collect them anyway and just stick them on the boat. Now, as you can see in the top right there, the portal is just slowly just spitting out more and more resources. as time goes on, and the occasional monkey, who then steals all the resources that have been spawning in the meantime. When he spawns, but then I think Abigail gets him here. And as you can see, he's dropped all the items that he's just nicked from the portal. So we've got loads of stuff here. That trinket though did just take us over a bit of a threshold. We've now got a tail. So to get rid of the curse, we have to just go and feed the Monkey Queen some... we just have to go and feed her some bananas, and it should slowly remove them. So as you can see, we're giving her a banana, it's removed 4 trinkets, we're giving her another, and now we haven't got any more on us. So, curse cleared. Lovely. So, we're still on day 246 here. It looks like the shark has got wedged between our boat and the island somehow, and it's just getting ripped apart by Abigail. I've gone and just started dropping things off at the boat, and we're just going to have to organise all this when we get back. And I've stopped caring about how many monkeys we kill. Now that we've made landfall and we're not getting shot at by cannonballs, cannons and cannonballs and that anymore. Not that we did in the first place, but now we're not having any. Now that we're not going to have any issues with that, and it's just monkeys with wooden swords, we're just kind of tearing through the place. Lucky we put that lightning rod upgrade on the sail, eh? Day 247 was just me going around just destroying the cannons essentially, and gathering some more resources from the portal. Anyway, so as day 248 went by, kind of, like I said, just as we previous days, we're just kind of gathering things from the portals. We're getting a nice stack of these monkey tails, and we just start storing them all on the ship. Like I said, this will mean that now we don't have to run into swamp biomes and get reeds and things, and it just makes it less troublesome for us. As day 249 dawned though, I grabbed what I could from the fridge that was kind of starting to rot a bit, put it in the inventory because with that perk it'll freshen it up. But moreover, we were really beginning to run low on water at this point. I'd got some in the bucket, but it was salt water, and I had run out of tea supplies. Interesting thing about the kettle is that it allows you to boil water, but only when you've put tea inside. So it's quite funny. I could literally, if it allowed me to, boil the water to get rid of the salt, because you know it would boil it off a bit. Well, I tell a lie. I think the way that you work this, if I remember from my science classes when I was young, you would set up like a glass pane above the kettle, so the steam comes out, hits the glass plane, creates condensation, and then that turns back into a liquid at the other side of the glass pane or whatever. You know, you put it at like a slope, and you put your glass at the bottom of the slope, and the water ends up in there. Takes ages to do all this though, so very annoying. Anyway, I start steering and setting my heading, and because of course it's the amazing sideways boat due to how we originally built the thing on accident. We get ready to set off on day 249. But yeah, like I said, trying to just get back before I run out of water. Because if we put that bucket of water in the kettle, we can drink the water without being boiled and things, but it will, like I say, it will contain large amount of salt, and that does actually, it's represented in the game with it doing damage to you when you drink it, so we don't want to be drinking that. Anyway, we headed back. Stupidly in the night of 249, but something quite funny happened. We kind of caught this bioluminescence stuff on the side of the boat, and it just got stuck, and it just stayed there for the night. So we've actually got a glow-in-the-dark boat to get back through the ocean with. Not that it overly helps, because obviously we're going to get back and, well, we can't see very far ahead of us anyway. But I am keeping an eye on the little mini-bat and just trying to steer the boat round and bring it to a bit of a standstill on the main continent somewhere. But then we hit a problem, so to speak, here. So yeah, we've now got a slow leak. And I'm really not wanting to use more cheats to fix this. I do want to try and repair it off my own back when I can. So I'm kind of determined to get this fixed without cheats. Now that we're back. So I start the race on against the clock. We've got to get all the way back to home. Get the map oriented correctly first. Not quite correctly, actually. Needs a bit more of a turn, but anyway, I can see where the base is. We're off on our way. And we've got, would you believe it, moose geese knocking about. So we've got those that we want to... I think as far as the bosses go, we've killed Berger, we've killed Deerclops. We've taken out several tree guards. I think there's the bee queen, the... what else is there? There's the bee queen. I'm trying to kill these killer bees as well here to get some stingers too. Because then I won't even need to go back to the base. But of course I drop everything but, as you would expect. My typical luck. I even see if I can just attack the beehive. It looks like all the bees are out at the moment. Except that one over there has been attacked by moose goose, but I am not going to get involved in that. Anyway, we do find one. Saves a bit of time and effort. And we get to head back and patch everything up. So with the boat patched, we now have to get everything on here, off of here, and back to the base. So this will be fun. We also shot the gunpowder thing there just to make sure that it wasn't going to get in our way at any point in the future. Anyway, we get back to the camp and all the food is basically spoiled. There's only honey and ice left in the fridge, but it's fine, we've got plenty on us. We get some things spent. I decided to just put into heat insulation and until it starts costing 2 points. Which we manage, and then I'm starting to think, well, what else shall I put into? And I'm considering damage, so I decide to. In case you're wondering, by the way, the reason why when I'm purchasing 1% bonus damage and it's not going up by 1% is because Abigail does 75% regular damage. So I'm not actually buying 1% there, I'm buying 0.75%. Because I think the multiplier gets applied after the base damage, so that's directly increasing my base damage, which is then going through the modifier for being... I'm saying Abigail, I'm Wendy. Wendy's the alive one, Abigail's the dead one. Right. So as Wendy, I get 25% less damage, which is applied after the base. So anyway, it doesn't matter though, because Abigail adds extra damage to me and does it in an area, which is amazing, and the reason why I play Wendy above, say, Wolfgang or Wigford. Anyway, speaking of yeah, speaking of people who are dead, like Abigail, we're about to be as well. It's the apocalypse again. So, those of you that watched the last episode, you'll remember, yeah, apocalypse, bad, not good. It will basically essentially be the equivalent of a full moon now for the next several days until I go and turn the calendar back. We remember where it is though this time. We found it once before, we can find it again easy enough. We do need to go back to Hamlet though. I take the opportunity to just start eating through all the spider glands in the base that I've currently got. And pick some herbs so we can create some tea on the way. We're going to need plenty of tea. We're going to need plenty of food. We need lots of supplies while we're heading out on a large journey. We won't be able to take the current boat unless we want to sail it all the way back around the island through several currents, going against those currents somehow. It's going to be a bit of an ordeal. What we really need now is to probably just create a new small boat since we know the way and it's not that far. Quickly get on, nip over and then nip back. So that's exactly, pretty much precisely what I decided to do. I'm using some new tea tablets here. I think I might have used them before on the previous episode, but yeah, we've used Glommer's goo. In fact, I think I used them earlier this episode. We're using some more of Glommer's goo that has been just excreting while we've been away. To create these Glommer's tea tablets, which help us with hunger. So as well as giving us a nice drink, we do get our hunger fixed as well from them. I'm trying to grab as many stingers as I can as well, so that we've got boat repair kits. I don't want to be caught short again. You might notice odd bits of lag as well. I think that started when I began this current playthrough of it. For some reason, I tried restarting the game and the server and it just wasn't having it. For whatever reason, it was just being, as you can see, really laggy. Like the world would just freeze momentarily, which was rather annoying. Anyway, I decided to again try and get more stingers, and we are just not having much luck with it. It is spring now, so the bees are just aggressive all the time. All regular bees become killer bees during spring. But even then, out of all those, we've got 2 stingers. It's practically nothing, so a bit of bad luck with it. I once again stubbed my toe on a fire nettle, which honestly in spring, not the worst idea. Particularly good in winter actually. But yeah, temperature already gone from I think like 26 or something. We're already in the 40s. Just coming up to the 50s. So temperature is now 50 degrees C. Absolutely ridiculous. And before you know it, yeah, we're kind of we're having some issues here. Yeah, we go to the think tank to create a caravel kit, so we need to use a think tank for it. For whatever reason, it's not letting me drink the water. That's actually what I thought was. I thought that might lower our temperature a little if we drank something. It is not doing. So, bit of an issue. I end up taking my umbrella hat off, and then just getting in this pond and in the rain to just allow myself to get wet in the hopes that it messes with my internal temp, brings my temperature down. I also take off my warm clothes. So as you can see now, I'm thoroughly soaked, and temperature is starting to drop. steadily. And we do lose a nice chunk of health though getting this done. Again, just for stubbing our Torrent Fire Nettle, we really need to get the base sorted. Especially around the garden area and that. But we have stopped losing health now. What's quite nice though during the apocalypse, and I was half tempted to keep the apocalypse up, just so we could get these every day. Because there's a chance that they'll drop pigskins, which is pretty good, and we do need a lot of them in order to create our pig city. Anyway, with all that said, unfortunately, we are kind of, yeah, we're a bit boned here. If you can spot why, again, +1 perception to you, we have made a crucial mistake. So we do need to get all these things made, lots of boards required, rope and so on. And we are going to need a few more logs, so luckily there's a forest nearby. Logs acquired to make ourselves another plank. And we're ready to build the steering wheel kit. Anyway, we don't just get a bit of logging done with just some extra, make sure we've got plenty of wood just in case we need to do any repairs while we're out. And we get everything set up. If you've noticed the crucial mistake, if you haven't, now's your last chance to guess. You probably wouldn't be able to guess from here, because now of course we've moved to the other side of the continent and set it off here, thinking okay, this should be fine. We can sail this through down the river and get to Hamlet. So no problem. Ooh, look, we've even got a message in a bottle. Excellent. You'll notice as well, it's much more nimble than the previous boat, since it's a lot smaller. And we even get some treasure that's been discovered there, so we can go over and get that if we can ever be bothered, because it's right over in the bamboo forest we were exploring earlier. Last guess. There you go. You can probably see the problem now. Now interestingly, we can actually just smash through this. But the problem is that we're too fat. So we now have... We've not destroyed the bridge, because we've just, replaced the bridge. Problem now is that we now need a new boat, which means getting all of that wood and all those resources again. Woo! So wish me luck. Anyway, at this point, because we're surrounded by monsters, we're actually quite wet, because we had to wet ourselves to stop dying of heat earlier. And now there's a random herald appeared. You may notice that we're going a little bit mad. To put it rather simply, we're going a little bit insane. It's a bit of a problem. And we're not on the greatest amount of health, but yeah, we're going to be having some issues shortly if we don't get this whole apocalypse thing sorted. And cue the insanity. We actually managed to finish off all the spiders and get a bit of loot before we get back here, and we've managed to, and there's a weird lag again, we managed to get our health practically to full before having to deal with this. And we do have to deal with this. So I start doing exactly that. The problem now though is that we're still having massive sanity loss because our character is slightly damp, therefore. That, and again it's mostly it's gonna be a lot of it to do with the apocalypse, because we're gonna be losing sanity for being near enemy monsters, we're losing sanity for being close by to evil flowers, we're losing sanity due to it now being constantly classed as being night time, or possibly evening time, I think. So we get sanity drain because of that. We're now wearing armor instead of regular clothing, which means that we're not wearing items that give us sanity back. I'm kind of realizing at this point as well that my armor is taking a beating. Well, my shield was almost broken is one thing I'm beginning to notice. And I figured, well, maybe if I let my armor take the hit, then it'll be better than my shield getting hit, because my shield's about to break. And that's when I realised that, yeah, if I block something, I take 2% damage on my armor. If I don't block it, it's more like 20 or so. It's ridiculous. So even when I'm taking armor damage, still when I'm being hit, it's still a lot less than if I were to not be blocking it. But yeah, and the lag's getting a bit worse at this point. I did try, I think, eventually restarting the server, but yeah, we were having issues here. I was wondering if it were maybe to do with it just being the apocalypse, which again made me think I really need to get this done, especially since one of them's in my base now and we know what happens when they get a bit temperamental. You know, just arbitrarily start throwing fireballs at you and meteors and things. Anyway, at this point I'd got another stack of logs and then some, and I was ready to get to making a new boat. I went over to the forest area over here, a bit further down where I could probably cast it off from. Still getting the weird lag, like I say, and we are having to fend off more shadow monsters because, yeah, we're just getting absolutely pummeled and sanity drain coming from literally everything and anything. And we're now taking hits directly to the armor as well at this point. It's worth noting as well that Abigail will not help us in this. What I should actually do at some point, I completely forgot to do this while we're playing. I think I made it so I can craft Bernie from Willow's character. And he'll actually help you defend versus shadow creatures if you just have him follow you about. I should probably look into getting him at some point, because he could be quite useful for this sort of thing. Anyway, we get some nightmare fuel for it though, so that's not too bad. But at this point our full sight armour, keeping in mind that some of, if not the best armour in the game, is now on 14%. And there's no way of repairing it without basically making a new set of armour. So, not great. And we're still getting the weird lag. We head back to the base. I've created a basic wooden shield. I've dropped some items off and I'm trying to just craft myself a new marble shield. So that's what we're trying to do here. So we manage it and we've got ourselves a brand new marble shield so that we're not defenseless. I've managed to bulk up my sanity at this point. I'm cooking some more tea up. Yes, I'm brewing another batch of tea, and we are just looking to get that sanity back up at this point. While we're here though, we end up getting a new gift. Always nice to open something. Not that it was any good. I also take a moment just to spend a couple of skill points, getting that damage up there. I'm trying to get it to 85-ish. if possible. Also, Herald. And a fire nettle. 'Cause why not? I just love to step on them, what can I say? At this point though, we've managed to get a decent amount of supplies. We still need some more boards and things though to just finish off the boat. The second boat. At this point as well, my shovel had broken and I didn't have a spare, nor did I have the room to make a spare, so we're just kind of chopping these up without actually digging up the tree stumps left afterwards. Anyway, days later, all the planks ready. We're finally okay to give it another go. So planks are ready, caravel kit's going ready to go in. We've got all the tea tablets we need. We've got some water ready. We've got rid of the heat from those fire nettles, and we're pretty much ready to roll. And this time, we're actually positioned correctly as to not get stuck by the land and end up just turning our boat into a bridge. Anyway, I place the steering wheel first, being very precise with it. Then we get the mast, we make sure they're all in line with each other just to make it look a bit nicer. Warby decides to literally just walk in the way and try to be awkward, but we get it placed. And this will be our vessel for the journey. We're not going far, so I'm not taking like storage boxes and fridges and things. So we should be fine with what we've got. So ready to go. I quickly actually reset the server at this point. But we're ready to go. The good news is it's not going to be dark on the journey. It's always going to be like this now until the apocalypse is over. And basically, yeah, it's just a case of sail over, get there. Shouldn't be too hard. Not really a dangerous trip. It's not very far. And we just have to get into that temple. And we have brought some grenades with us again in the backpack, just so we can open up any secret passages while we're there. We haven't got much inventory space, so we're not going to be able to like run through the temple gathering all the stuff we can. Not likely, but like I said, we have at least got a number of we have got all the supplies and everything we're going to need while we're there. We're just in and out, quick job, get the calendar reset, job's a good one. So completely uneventful journey. And we make landfall. No idea what day it is, because obviously it doesn't show you what day it is until the event is over. We just about managed to avoid a particularly fast collision that ends up damaging us. So we managed to just kind of nudge the island rather than causing ourselves leaks or anything. That said, we've got a load of bee stingers, so we can easily make a boat patch if we need, but we managed to avoid it. And we head off to find the temple. I make a machete so that I can chop through the vines, and a herald immediately shows up, but we get through. So we're inside, and Memorize that map. If you remember, it's kind of somewhere to the left. If I remember correctly, we have to go like forwards a bit and then go as far left as we can. So, yeah. And that's kind of roughly how we get there. If I remember correctly. So of course I immediately get lost. I look back at it now and I think I know what exactly caused the issue. Also, these traps kind of reset as you enter the room, so you can enter and it'd be like, oh yeah, that puzzle's solved. It just needs, it's solved, it's fine. Then it kind of resets and goes, oh yeah, it's not, it's just for reasons, whatever. So we put another rock down, and that still doesn't do it. But another rock does. Got a wishing well there, and we'll just keep going to the left. Now we can't go left anymore, so we'll come back, go through the vined door, and try going left again. And we've found it. The Apocalypse Calendar. Of course, we're getting the weird lag still. So I have reset the server at this point, I've restarted the game, it's still not worked. I think it does eventually fix. I forget exactly when, it just eventually stops doing it. Don't know why. I think it might have been to do with the Apocalypse event. But yeah, we were getting this strange lag all the way through that. I'm trying to not whittle down my fuel that's in my miner's hat here, but yeah, taking it off does make it go and think that it's still pitch black on us, so yeah, we're just gonna have to kind of suck that up. Anyway, with the calendar just about reset, we're ready to go again. And I think honestly, if we were to just nudge the other button on the calendar, I think that would also do it, but I'm just kind of wanting to be certain in that. But anyway, we go back through the pig ruins door, by the wishing well, back to this room. Now at this point I thought we went down through there. It's not, we need to go one more to the right and then we go forward. But we do find something here. This is the Ends Well. It's quite important that we've actually found that. It's quite a interesting room. The Ends Well, you can use it to, if you place items in, it will conjure up nightmare monsters that you can fight if you need to grind nightmare fuel without making yourself insane. The other thing you can use it for is if you put nightmare fuel into the Ends Well, it will instead give you purple gems, which can be used for teleportation staffs and things. It's useful, but you know, we've got a massive ass boat. Anyway, I'm trying to find my way out at this point, and I'm thinking, well, okay, maybe it's this way, no. Does this go back to the... Just go back to the calendar or something. That should be to the left, so what goes back through here maybe? Because I remember I need to go right and then to the top of the screen to get back to the start room. I end up rummaging around for a while like this. We do find some nifty stuff though. So we found another wishing well here, some bats. But it takes a while for us to kind of figure out our way through. Anyway, we end up going back through past the end well, and we do go through the correct door this time. But then my stupid monkey brain decides, wait a minute, didn't we come in through a proper door, not a secret hidden entrance door? That couldn't possibly lead back to the entrance, not even trying it, and so I end up trying this one. Which actually gives me some cool items. So we get I think that's a red gem, but we get this dark sword. And it's actually a magical enchanted dark sword as well, with God knows what modifiers on it. This is another thing as well, just part of the mod. These aren't actually their own separate spaces. I think it's just like created an area outside that it uses to kind of place these in. But as a result, you still get like weird outside weather, even though it's technically meant to be an interior. While I'm here, I decide to throw some bombs to try and blow up this wall. And for some reason, it glitches out and starts throwing them backwards. Like I'm clearly aiming that way, my mouse is that way. It glitches out and just starts lobbing them at Chester. I have no idea as to why it did this. So I try running around facing different directions. And nope. One left. And I tried just tossing it elsewhere and it's still just... So it's kind of glitched at this point. I just toggle free crafting on and we just give ourselves a few more though. And again, this is why it's... Whenever I'm doing anything with mods, I always kind of say, you know, I take cheating rather loosely. Because oftentimes mods just bug out. You know, I've created some new bombs and tossed the new bombs, and the new bombs work. Anyway, I threw an extra one. I toggle free crafting off, so that way we've now got 4 bombs. We started with 5, so it works out that we have 1 bomb less than when we started, and the door is open, which should work out. No cheats have been used here, ish. Of course, there's a vine door, and we left our machete in the other room to make space. And we need a drink. So, as much as we did get lost here, it is nice to just have the vine door available there. Though we don't have any room to take any more treasure out, so I decide, you know what? We'll go back to the calendar room. Surely, that's what we'll do. We'll go, if we go back to the calendar room, if I can remember roughly where it is, which I do manage to do, then we can go back, retrace our steps, and find the way out. I do at this point choose the correct door again, and we get here, we see the secret door. And I'm still kind of sure, no, we came through a normal door, right? Yeah. Not the brightest of my moments. The thing is, the problem with it is just long enough time passes from me getting in and then winding the calendar back. Keep in mind, when I'm winding back that calendar back, I'm probably stood in the room for a good 3 or 4 minutes, just not really doing much. By that time's passed, I've kind of forgotten the way through. I remember though that that's the wrong way. The bats have triggered the puzzle, of course, which is always fun. So I start just removing things from it and replacing them to try and fix it. Honestly, they're very finicky, these things. And I just end up lost again. I finally go back, and I'm back here. And I finally decide, sod it, maybe I came through a secret door. Yeah, that's literally how close I was to being out this entire time. Absolutely typical. At this point, I had the big brain idea of, hey, I'll just equip my brand new shiny weapon while I'm walking around. I'll use that instead of the tentacle spike for now, and see if it's any good. Because I've never really used dark swords much when I've been playing Don't Starve. I usually don't get far enough where I've got shadow manipulators and I'm grinding out. Like usually by this point, I've just like installed some new mods that I'm interested in and started a new world. I rarely get this far in. So I equipped the dark sword. Didn't know this at the time. I eventually figured it out because it was heading downwards real fast. So it eventually, I eventually noticed. They drain your sanity while you've got them equipped. So as you can see here, yep, our sanity, in the top right, we've already lost about 15 or so while wielding this. So yeah, it's heading down fast. We're not doing so hot. Before you know it though, we're back on the boat and we're heading off back home in the right direction. So so I'm getting back, and eventually we do get kind of caught in currents here and kind of have to fight back against them. Now, you would naturally think, but these are going in the direction of home, so if I get caught in a current, it will take me back, right? I can just follow this, and it's going to take me back to the base. But it's these curves here. These corners knock me a little bit too far out, because with me being a smaller boat now, it's easy for me to get knocked about. These waves wouldn't normally affect the other boat. It's too big. So the disadvantages of being a small boat here. So the waves have knocked me all the way out here, and it's still generating them. I think it's generating them to go away from like where the Quacken is over there. So I think that's what's doing it. But and yeah, as you can see, we're getting pushed into the rocks. Luckily it doesn't cause a leak. We're very lucky there. But we're still just getting smacked about by waves. Like a single one of these waves just stops all of our forward momentum, practically. That, and it's now night time. Hooray! Luckily, we are allowed to actually have a torch next to us that we've got equipped while we are steering, thankfully. But we are still just being pushed all the way back. It's quite ridiculous how far back these have just pushed us. And it's just waves, that's all it is. In the morning, and we're still getting the weird lag, it looks like the waves have changed direction for whatever reason. And yeah, we're just getting pushed by them now. So they're now sending us in the correct direction, in the way that we want. We are going to have to steer away to avoid the Quacken here. We make it back safely, and we park up, and then unwrap this message in a bottle to find that we have a X marks the spot where we just were. So, fun. All that said though, it's all loot that we can go and get at some point. So, not right now, but at some point we can probably use that. We can probably go and get it. When we got back, and again still experiencing the weird lag. We had the... yeah, we had this giant mob war. It looks like what's caused it is that the moose goose here actually spawns in next to the beefalo, and during spring the beefalo enter heat, and so they attack anything nearby. So it looks like they've already killed a bunch of spiders, and there's just some beefalo wool there, so obviously a beefalo has died, and they're just absolutely bodying this moose goose. Anyway, the ducklings get involved. They do like AoE damage, so they manage to wound a lot of the beefalo, but they also have barely any health, so they get absolutely, again, just bodied by it. I get Abigail to work on the spiders here. The whole thing's just a giant mob war, all of this. What's good though is that we're keeping them away by getting them distracted by Abigail attacking them. We're keeping them away from the meat, which is important. We don't want them eating all the meat. So there's a ton of meat here. So much. But yeah, we're going to need to go and collect all of that. I did a bit of inventory management and I managed to get room to stash all the meat. So I'm just going to have to go and like kind of manually pick it all up. I put my brewing supplies in the kettle, just so that it can hold them in there for a moment while I go and collect all of the drumsticks and steaks and things. And we just about managed to save all of the meat. And we also get a ton of these feathers as well, so I guess it wasn't by our own hands, but we have now killed the springtime boss. We have killed the moose goose. Like I said, not by our own hands, but I mean, we've got the figure. You know, we've got the craftable figure sketch thing. So I'm gonna count that as it. I think that counts. I think that counts. Day 260 basically involved me coming back down and just grabbing the rest of the loot that I'd missed before, or at least as much as I dare. I didn't really want to go near the angry, horny beefalo. Also, I don't know if it happened while we were away or if it were like this before, but yeah, this entire forest has been petrified now. Not all of it, but a large portion of it. Great if we need to get some mining done at least, but you know, if we ever need some more rocks or something. But yeah, there's just a giant portion of petrified forest now. At the end of day 260 and going into 261, I decided I really need to get some base management done. There's too much stuff lying around on the floor because I've run out of chest space. So I really need to kind of get things done here. Really need sorting out. And I've still got all the loot from the boats to bring back. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's gonna need sorting. Day 261. I started off by, well, I see some turkeys that have come out of some of the berry bushes I've been harvesting. I load my musket, and we're going a bit of a turkey shoot. And there's not just one. So between them and all the drumsticks that I got from the those moose geese duckling things, we're having KFC for a few days in terms of what we're eating. We're now nearing the end of spring, and I mean, good news is we have killed the spring boss, so Moose Goose is dead. But yeah, we are now heading back to base. We've just been out and I've just kind of gone and gathered a load of stuff from the boat. But I'm putting them all down, and yeah, you can see the base is getting a bit full with stuff. Got a bit too much. Just kind of everywhere. As I'm placing it all, and it's like a full day to do this trip, to go there, grab all the stuff, come back and drop it all. It's basically a full day's trip. If you're the type who's into these gifts and things, we get another one, get it unwrapped, and got some Puglist's gloves for what it's worth. Day 63, pretty much more of the same. We go back, we've got most of the deck clear of items now. We're kinda trying to we're just looking to see how much is left and if it's in like chests and things. Looks like there's a fair bit there still. And we are going to have to come back and make a third trip, unfortunately. We finally make our last trip to and from the boat here, and yeah, we're pretty full at the base. Way too much stuff. So we've got to manage all of this. And it's going to be a whole task. On day 264, in fact the night before actually, while rummaging through my map, I noticed that there's actually an X marks the spot on the main continent. One of them must have been here. And it's just to the east of our base. We're still getting the weird lag. But yeah, would you believe it, next to where I repeatedly died that one time that I went insane, we have ourselves next marks the spot. It takes a few goes. I quickly dip out of the way because it's a poisonous snake. It's a poisonous snake and I don't want to be dealing with that again. But we'll get ourselves some doubloons, an orange gem, a thermal stone, and a fire staff. So, pretty good going. Day 265 were mostly me just gathering logs and realising that these eye plants had got a little bit out of hand. They might need just culling back a little bit. I'll be honest, I was hoping to find a lot more stuff here. It looks like there is just a few random dead birds. So we get a few feathers for 3. Interesting that they actually just devour the bird whole and it's still alive in there. That's a bit scary. Can't imagine the birds are happy about that, especially then just getting out and being immediately killed. Probably traumatized, but now they're dead. Rather than spending the night at the base, I decided to go out and just do some lumber cutting during the night. So I just placed down a fire and get going with that. And of course we all know what happens. It was going to happen sooner or later. It was bound to. And there we have it. We've got a tree guard. Plenty of pine cones though, so we get to planting. Doesn't usually take too many of these. Yeah, 3 of them and there he goes. But we're probably done lumber cutting for the night at least. Even though we'll then go and burn a few of these. I'm actually kind of hoping to see if I can, if I make the fire really hot, if it'll set him on fire while it's next to him. But I think we need an item to be next to it that can set on fire. I don't think the actual tree guard can. Unless he literally stands on top of it. So, I give that a go. Kind of works to a certain extent, but not by much. Woo. 5 health. In fact, I know 85, so not 95, so 15 health. Woo. On 266 we get a hound attack. We're pretty used to it by now, so I try to get somewhere out of the way. It is summer, which means Yeah, there's gonna be fire hounds, which is a bit annoying because there's so many flowers around now. It makes it rather easy for fire to actually spread. And I do unfortunately break my armor while doing this, so we're gonna need to find some. We're gonna have to, well, craft some new armor. But yeah, as you can see, it can kind of link from flowers to other flowers and spread rather quickly, which can be a bit of an issue. The good news though is that the fire on flowers goes out very quickly, so unless it spreads immediately it will stop spreading. We can kind of extinguish some of the flames and that to just kind of create a bit of a fire break, which I try to do. Not very successful though, that's it. So I managed to extinguish some stuff, but we do end up with a bit of scorched earth here. I go back though to the pig houses and just do a quick check. It looks like there's some more pig hides there, and there's a bunch of just meat that's lying around. I've not got room to carry it all right now, but I at least grab the meat and just go and stick it in the fridge. Day 267, we get some kelp planted. It was just kind of attached to the boat when I got back, weirdly. Must have just got kind of scooped up by it and carried along. So I harvested it, brought it back and planted it. That said, we just did a bit of cooking and mostly just organising the base. And that's mostly what we did on day 267. I also spent some more skill points. I got damage finally up to 85%. So I decided I should probably start going into health. We keep finding ourselves in low health situations and burning through large amounts of it when we get into situations like freezing or starving things, and we just have to... Having a bit more leeway before we die would be helpful. Because right now I've got maximum health. I could be gaining more at the moment, so that then when I do need to just be able to take that extra hit from an enemy or survive that extra 1 minute or two while I'm out of thirst or hunger or something, it'd be useful. Plus I think it's, you know, we're getting a bit more out of it than the single percentages and things that we're getting from health, from damage, sorry. We can get 3 health points per level, so I go a bit into that. Day 268 comes round and I'm finally starting to... I'm building some stone road turf at this point. We need some cut stone and boards for this, so we're going to need a lot more boards and planks and things. And we're going to need to start using our pitchfork to tear up the grass turf. We get that done, and we're finally laying down the foundations for our pig city. So, carving away on what will be the first street here, and we start placing some turf down. It's quite expensive, this turf, but it does look nice, but more importantly it does count as road, as far as I'm aware. So here we will move a bit faster on this while we're walking on it compared to the normal ground. All that said, it's finally time and there we are, my city hall. I was actually rather confused what the point of this was at the start. I was expecting to find the pigmayor in here and be able to buy more house deeds and trade gold for oinks and things. Not the case. Not the case at all. So what it actually does here is, firstly, you can build structures inside of your town hall because it's yours and you are the mayor. But secondly, we can collect, whenever we've got that active, we can go in there and I think we can collect every 10 days an amount of money based on how many houses that we have in the city. And that's not shops, that's townhouses and things. However many we've built on the server, we get, I think it's 1 oink per house or something every 10 days, which can start to add up, but it takes a while. And then we've got our very own house. Not really much in it yet, it needs furnishing, but we've got it. Finally have a house, we can go in here, get shelter from the rain. It'll always be daytime because there's a light source in the middle of it, so, well, it won't always be daytime, we don't get the sanity bonus, but it's always light is what I should say. Anyway, now that we've started, we just keep going. We're putting down the shops left, right and centre, getting them all placed. We've got the Swinesbury Academy there. We've got the hat shop ready to be placed. And I think I was trying to adjust a few things I was wanting to do. I just wanted to have like the floral arrangement shop closer to the base, for example. So we had to avoid this like tea tree thing that's there, which we can't dig up. I don't know if I can burn it away, I should have probably tried. But then again, I don't want it to spread to the buildings, so too late now. But yeah, we've got the floral shop here, and that way we can have a supply of seeds and things close by to where I'm farming, so I'm not having to traipse across the town for it. I also think, maybe build the general store here, so that's next to where our base is in case we need it. We're probably going to be going there quite often. And then I think, well, what else will I need close to base? And, well, I start thinking, in fact, no, I think I end up just putting the arcane shop, yeah. I put the arcane shop just next to Swinesbury Academy because I think, they're kind of both similar things, Probably should have gone with the deli there, really. But it's fine, though, it's not going to make a massive difference. But we've got our first street. That's as much as the flingamatical cover. I'm assuming that these are flammable like other structures. I'm not going to find out because I don't want to be trying that with how much these cost to build. But I'm kind of assuming that they are. But yeah, so I've got lightning rods and flingamatics installed so that should anything happen, it's basically like having homeowners insurance on the whole city, having these covering things. As you can see though, they function as other shops. We can nicely just go in, buy stuff. Quite nice. They'll change what's on offer when we buy them. This does mean though that now we need those eggplants for the grocers, and we can come in there and just buy seeds until we get the right ones, and then produce them en masse, which is pretty handy. We'll get another box. Again, you might be interested, you might not be interested in these things, but if you are, we got some sneakers. Trash. I spend a bit of the next day just making these water balloons. I've decided that I'm determined to get through summer this time without dying horribly from heat. I'm going to actually make it through for once and not be boiling hot. So I try one out. Apparently you don't just make one when you make them, you get 4 of them, which is quite nice. So I take my umbrella off. Umbrella as well, still very useful in summer. It keeps the sun off of you. But you do need to take it off, I think, before you use these, because it does give you 100% immunity to getting wet. So probably want that off before we use them. Anyway, it does actually cool me down. Our temperature drops a little. We're currently wet, so in a pinch, yeah, a water balloon could save your life. Yeah, it's a good job you get 4 of them, though. I'd be really annoyed if you had to get all those mosquito sacks and ice just to make one. Anyway, I go back and continue building up the city, and we're going to need some more flingamatics and things if we're going to extend the city any further, because I don't want to be... Yeah, I'm wanting one nice row of houses here so that there's not some in front of others and making it awkward to click on them and that sort of thing. So anyway, yeah, I continue expanding out. We've got some more road ready, so we can put up some more shops whenever we want. And speaking of which, we've got the next Flingamatic up. Just finding a nice spot for it. I build it with a little bit of overlap. Just because where I place the shop, I want it to be fully covered by the Flingamatic up there. So I don't want it kind of like on the last, you know, I don't want part of the shop sticking out of the area or whatever. So anyway, the next one's down and we're ready to place more shops. Anyway, pretty soon we're placing down more shops. Weirdly enough, you kind of have to be next to the key to the city to be able to access this tab, which means you can't actually place these unless you go to the key to the city, select them to place, and then go to where you want to place them. But yeah, a couple more shops down, weapons shop, deli which will sell crock pot meals. So we're getting there now, we've nearly got a full street done. We've got 3 more shops, we've got another Flingamatic ready to go. So it's looking up pretty good, it's looking pretty good. Things are looking up. We've got the Oddities Emporium down. The Tinker's Tower as well. I'll leave a little bit of space so that the signs aren't really getting in the way of each other, because I want it to look nice as well. So there's room for the sides on this on the side there. We're a bit lucky we get a full moon so we can continue work. And the hat shop goes down. And there we go. We've still got a few shops to make, and we'll need more road. And I don't want to get it all placed until it's ready to all go down, because I don't want to be wasting fuel on a new Flingamatic in the meantime. But we're getting there now. A lot of the shops are done. We've got, if I'm not mistaken, I think there's the Mud Spa, the Grocers. The Mud Spa needs some honey pulses, the Grocers need some eggplants, and then there's the bank that just needs a lot of money. And obviously they'll all require pig skins and planks as well. So we've just got that to get. We're pretty much ready to go with the next shop for the Mud Spa, but unfortunately we've not got enough pig hides, so we're going to need to go and get some. I start looking through the chests to see if there's any. but it's not looking like there are. I soon remember though that over here that a few of the pigs had died earlier, and there should be a few lying around, so I come and have a look. And lo and behold, I can spy a few in there. Anyway, that said, I also realise that the Fling-O-Matic here might need fueling up. It's a little bit, you know, low. And we are currently being attacked by one of the pigs, though it soon backs off, but we get 1, we get 2, we get 3, and there's the last one we need. So this now means that the mud spa is ready to go. We're not yet ready to... Actually, yeah, it turns out there is just enough room over there to place. So, we've now got that placed. Mud Spa is up. As are the other shops. So, we've got a nice street of shops now. Got every single one apart from the grocers and the bank at this point. Well, I keep saying bank, it's the mineral exchange. But, yeah. And that, apparently, is our 700th tree, according to the achievements. On the night of 272, we, in eating that meal, level up. Just. And we've got a few more points to spend. And we know where we're dumping them. Though I do and ah about maybe trying to push damage up to 90% maybe. But we've got health to 225 now on, as our max. So we're looking pretty good with health. I spend most of the next few days looking for pig skins. I also fuel up this Fling-O-Matic just so that it gets the berry bushes going again. We don't lose all that production just because of the heat, so it just freshens them up a bit. And again, mostly we're looking for pig hides, really. And we do grab some, but not overly too many. After a full day of looking around there and killing a few pigs as well, we get a grand total of 2 of them. But then I remember we killed some of those pig bat things during the apocalypse, and some of those dropped them. So I went back to where we fought some and got one more, but nearly get hit by meteors and then nearly die to it being, well, nearly die to darkness, which would be a way to go, wouldn't it? Anyway. We survive the night, and we go looking again the next day. 274, I have a quick look for pig skins at the pig houses and don't find any. And find myself once again competing with these eyeball plants for the logs that I'm trying to collect. Anyway, I go until my spade breaks, and then we go and drop them all off at the building site. On day 275, I go back here and I'm still looking. The pigs haven't respawned yet though, but I do spy one back there by one of the houses. One must have died a while back and dropped this. So I quickly grab it and I head back. I even grab some of these logs as well that I missed the other day because the shovel broke. So I've now got some inventory space and that, so we can clear that up. I borrow a small loan from the Bank of Chester, and the next thing you know, we've got the Swinesbury Mineral Exchange set up. Also at this point, I've finally done the smart thing and I'm carrying a thermal stone that I've had in the fridge. I decided not to place this since it's not going to have a flingomatic protecting it, and I don't want to place one of those down just for the sake of one building to stop it from setting on fire, so I decided I'm going to do this one so we've got some other buildings there as well. I have a quick look as well just to confirm that this is just selling crockpot recipes. I can't say by ingredients here, like, you know, eggplants. So we're going to have to grow some. So we're going to have some issues there now. One thing we can do is buy some seeds from the floral shop here. The only problem is I don't know which seeds are which and they're not labelled. The mod doesn't actually, when you hover over the items you can buy, it doesn't tell you what they are. It does in the original DLC, but again, not in the mod. So I'm just going to have to buy whatever seeds I can and then look at them in my inventory, and when I find the eggplant ones, plant those. I can also get some random seeds from the back, so I can always try that. And we're just going to have to go for quantity of seeds here until we've got it all sorted. On day 276, I started getting loads of boards ready. I'm basically getting ready to place a bunch of chests. I'm going to start a new storage area over here, just kind of alongside the road near the shops. So I'm going to have some storage over here, since my base is absolutely jam-packed at this point. And so I finally start building some chests. We're finally going to get our storage problems sorted out. Yeah, I'm thinking that I'm probably going to place a lot of them, so I'm going to just create a row between these two flingomatics and call it a day there. I'll leave a little bit of space between so they're not pressed right up against each other, in case I want to put like some signs there and things to denote what's in them. And I just build a whole bunch. In total, before I run out of boards and things, I get 5 chests down, which is pretty good. I keep some logs spare because you never know when you're going to need them and that. And I've managed to get a few more pigskins as well in the meantime. So we're doing fairly well. And I decided that now is probably finally the time to start really. Now that we've got the base expanded, I should probably plant some more stuff. So in front of the shops, I'm not going to place more buildings because then it becomes a bit of a hassle because they get in front of each other when you've got the camera rotated this way and it makes it difficult to click on them, and I don't want to be dealing with that. So I just decided I'm going to use the area in front of the shops over here basically as, well, for farming. So start putting the banana plants in, I think they're like banana bushes. Start putting those in, and the monkey tails and things, and getting them fertilised. I decided the monkey tails would be best placed around the river. So I start placing them there because I think it would probably look a bit more natural for the reeds to be next to a little stream. But the day ends and we continue on the day after. So with that done, we've now got this very large renewable source of reeds right next to the base. I also start collecting seeds because I know I'm going to need to use them all soon. Because we've got some eggplants to try and find. And the only way to find them is to farm them. The palm cone sprouts I place along the shoreline, thinking that, I don't know, maybe it'll look nicer if the palm tree like things are near the shore. Might just look a bit neater and nicer. And we can maybe turn this into our dock later on. Just build out from there possibly. Day 278, I took an entire stack of fertiliser and just started going to town on all the reeds and bushes and things. I think it ended up taking more than a full stack as well, in the end. Well, it might not have, no, I think I did this. I remember now. Oh, apparently fertilising those tea trees as well gets rid of them, which might be an idea if I want to get rid of that one up there, but we've built around it now, it's fine. But as you can see, yeah, it uses most of it up. Toward the end of day 278, I've actually started moving my inventory items over into the chests and storing them. I'm putting all these sketches in here for now, as well as some of the boss loot that I got. And that's going to be the first chest. The sketches, I think you use them on a potter's wheel or something. I find out later how to use them, but at this point in time, my understanding of them is I think they're used as a crafting ingredient to create them, is basically it. It's not quite how it works. So, anyway, I'm holding on to them for now and I've got them all in there. Full chest of them. And then I start making some decisions on what to put in the others. Day 279, so another hound attack. They're getting quite regular, these, but the thing is, I'd be annoyed, but I can deal with them at these points. I used to get quite annoyed at hound attacks and that they'd just get they'd just get larger and larger and more ridiculous, but especially the fire ones, but these days I tend to know to listen out for them, and I'll find a bit of a clearing and just run off to it and fight them there, so I just know a bit better these days. Clear them out, no problem. Again, these always used to annoy me because they'd just arrive at the base and they'd burn the base down. I've gotten significantly better at the game since. And like I say, I always know to just run off to a clearing somewhere where you can have the fight. Never fight them at your base. It's not too bad in winter when it's just ice hounds, but you never know when a fire hound's just going to randomly show up. Day 280 and it's just inventory management. I'll be honest, a lot of what you're going to see now, we're going to be skipping through days and things where, yeah, it's largely like, well, what did I do that day? Inventory management. This was quite a large job. It took me a long time. 300 days worth of stuff needs organising, and it did not take a short while. I decide that at my base I'm going to literally have a weapon, a chest dedicated to just feathers. That's where we are at with this. It's getting a bit ridiculous. Day 281, again just the same thing basically. I've got an entire gem chest there now. And I'm starting a chest that's just boss loot. But then I decided, well, I don't think I've got enough boss loot to have just a boss loot chest. Maybe it could be monster loot and have like some healing glands in there or something. But yeah, it's just inventory management. Day 282 came around, and there's a tree guard in the base. So I just started lobbing arrows at it because I was putting together the weapon chest, and I just happened to have my bow on me, so I figured, you know, I've not used this for a while. So I got the bow out, equipped it, and just shot the tree guard to death. The ranged weapons, I think they're still fairly ineffective versus bosses, and they're only doing about as much as you do when you just smack them, but you can keep it ranged while you're doing it. It's quite good against small enemies that you just really don't want to have to deal with, like firehounds and things where you want to be away from them when they die. But against tree guards, it practically just blinks off of them, it does nothing. But it was so low on health, we could just get him. Don't know what must have got him prior. He must have been fighting, I don't know, Spider Queen, or maybe he's one of them that took out Bearger or something, who knows. I've also, and you can see my backpack, I've discovered banana milkshakes at this point. Apparently if you just take 4 bananas, stick them in the crock pot, you get a banana milkshake. And they're surprisingly good for your sanity, and give you a decent bit of hunger and health too. So, to say that it's, keeping in mind when I do a harvest action, which means berries and bananas, will give me double. So I can produce these en masse. And I really mean mass. We get loads of these. So it's a really good way of keeping sanity and hunger just topped up to the max, essentially. At this point, by the way, we've long since crossed the threshold on just infinite food. We've had infinite food since like day 50 or something. Now we've just gone double infinite. I don't know. Like we can do nothing and just acquire food from our base. By all means, like, it was funny before that we could just go out here. Basically, ever since we've had the frogs here with the pigs, since we built the pig town here, we've had infinite meat and, you know, meat stews, meatballs, that sort of thing, especially if the spiders been nearby. But now with how many berries and bananas we're getting, we've got infinite fruit as well. Like, we could literally stay at our base, never leave the base, and we would never die. Day 283, more of the same, managing stuff around the base. The pile's getting a lot smaller now. We are starting to get there with all this. Of course, it wouldn't be funny if I didn't just go and smack myself into a fire nettle once in a while, eh? Really need to weed the garden. It's long since been out of hand, but yes, we are once again on fire because we didn't weed the garden. Anyway, I decided that these berry bushes we gathered, I think it were from the caves? Probably like a year and a bit ago. Not surprising that they've dried up. But I decided it's probably time to finally plant these, rather than just having them in my, inside my chest doing nothing all this time. That should probably do something about that. So I start planting them. On 284, I just go to the frog and pig battleground and just figure, I've got this random tooth trap. I'm just going to plant that in the middle of them and just see what kind of chaos it causes. And I go and just rescue a few ham bones from going rotten, which they very nearly did. And there are some pig hides as well that I can grab, which is always nice. Anyway, while I'm going through, I end up accidentally starting an all-out frog war. But hey, at least we get some meat out of it. That's why this must happen. While I'm at the base, this happens like every couple of days. Either by accident or on purpose, but we just end up with ridiculous amounts of meat at this point. Absolutely ridiculous, every time. Honestly, I will never understand why people go as anyone other than Wendy. Because it's like, okay, sanity's really easy to manage. Sure, you do less damage, but Abigail makes up for that. She'll also tank for you. And, in addition, I think it's Wickerbottom is the best at farming resources. By far, but you need to go and get books and make a bookshelf to put them all in, and you need like feather pencils, and you have to create all this stuff. And then she's not particularly great in combat either, and she's really picky with food. I think her thing is she only eats crock pot meals or something. But whereas then really to make use of her, because again of lack of damage and ability and things, she really needs a Wolfgang and a Wigfrid to shine, because they can like eat all the resources that you're providing, so that you've then got some frontline fighters to make up for your lack of the ability to do so. Whereas Wendy just kind of does it all by herself. She's not better than Wickerbottom for farming, but she is probably the second best character in the game for it, and she doesn't require all this setup with books and creating like mob farms and all this other stuff. You just put Abigail into angry mode and go. Then you've got infinite food and resources pretty much wherever you go. Like, Abigail is a portable mob farm. 110% worth it. And you can even get potions and things so that, I'll be honest, they only mildly improve her for a limited time, which is why I don't bother with them. But they're available. She's kind of useless against bosses, I will admit that much. A boss just swipes at her and she dies. And her AI is stupid enough to just try and attack the boss. But it is what it is. We got another item. If you're wondering, this one, it's like a emote that pretends to use a pitchfork. It's stupid. We then get some skill points as well. And ooh, I can't even remember where I placed these. My notes just say that I got some and spent them, so even I'm a bit curious. I'm gonna guess health? No, I go damage. Ooh. I guess we're finally gonna go for that 90%. At this point, I'm even getting to the point where I'm negating Wendy's damage negatives. I even start looking at maybe adding some new abilities on. So I'm very tempted to do so. Because there's quite a few that we can get here. It might be, what I might do as well there is one called Santa Claus where I can just craft the loot sack and deer antler. I might go out in winter and see if I can actually find Claus again and see if he drops it, and if he doesn't, I'll just craft the thing. Activate that ability, craft it, reset them, and then put it into something else. I think I can get an ability where I can use half materials for crafting, which is overpowered as hell, but given how late in the game we are, and it would mostly just be to save me using up so many logs all the time and spending half the screen time just chopping trees. So I might go and look into that next time, maybe. Anyway, our first harvest is in with all the items from the Moonquay Island, and as you can see, just those banana bushes, we've got like 22 bananas already. An absolutely ridiculous amount. I decided to move the key of the city though, just so it's not hiding behind the bushes, so I don't lose it by accident. And we are just wanting the last few items now. Last few shops and that, just to create the end of our street here. We are at this point as well in autumn. So I'm kind of half thinking about maybe putting the Fling-O-Matic down just because it's so yeah, I'm thinking of putting it down purely because it's like, well, you know, it's not like there's going to be wildfires in autumn. It doesn't happen. They can only happen in summer, so I think, it's not like it would be wasting fuel. What I probably should have thought though was to turn the thing off onto emergency mode, so that it wouldn't. Yeah, I should probably just turn the thing off so it wouldn't be using any fuel at all. But oh well. I also look into lampposts here. I need to create like a forge to create alloys, which will require more iron from Hamlet. We'll have to head over there. But I'm thinking if we can get more, if we can get some alloys, we can make these lampposts that will then provide infinite free light once they've been built. They're costly to make, but if we can get a good number of them, we can light up the entire base and we never have to worry about nighttime again. As ridiculous as that sounds. That such a thing can happen, but it can. On day 286, I finally clear the garden. It only took that long to finally clear it. But we have. It's all clear. There we go. I've done it. I've even dug so much stuff out that I've ended up... This is counted as a workout, and I'm now in like mighty mode. I'm all buff. I'm doing so much working out of just digging things up. Anyway, we've got the fire nettles. It turns out you can't put them in the crock pot and use them for anything, so I just start feeding them to Glom Glom there and just get rid of them. Now if you heard that little roar and a bit of what sounded like a gust of wind or something. So something... Yeah, that could be bad. Something spawned in. That usually means boss. Now, I couldn't figure out where he was, so I think, well, I'll head over here. Okay, I don't see anything here. The screen isn't shaking. Maybe if I head north? Because it usually spawns him somewhat close by. And I know that Bearger targets food that's inside containers, usually. He'll head towards food. He will pick food up off the ground, but he's going to head toward food. And he will go toward food in containers. The annoying thing is as he travels, he can destroy buildings. And yeah, he's just there. And if you look at what he's done as well, he's destroyed the Fling-O-Matic and he's eating all of the ice. And I kind of realise at this point what he's done. So I do the same thing. I roll the game back to the last save, start of the day, and this time I decide, okay, I'll try the other directions where we could possibly come from. So I do a bit of working out, we clear the garden as well, we're on maximum mightiness, we can hear the noise playing that is coming in. We equip our tentacle spike. And he practically was just on the base last time, he was just... I suspect that it spawned him on it. I think maybe he's not spawned in yet and it spawns him in maybe when he makes the last noise and then it just drops him in the base. So I'm kind of just looking around the base in a circle here and there he is. So it doesn't actually start shaking the screen till you're very close to it. I also did a rather smart thing and actually put some niter into the generator before we got here. The thing is the generators are so pathetic, and that is really the word to describe them. They're so utterly pathetic that they're already out of fuel. It's literally fueled them for about a minute or two. They are really bad. So, really not a fan of the base defences that Winona can make. Anyway. I did at this point as well get hit. I've actually been hit a few times. So when he does actually get a clean hit on you and you're not blocking it, it causes you to drop your weapon. So I've already dropped my tentacle spike somewhere. And if you can see it there, if you look closely you can see it kind of behind the trees. Annoyingly, he did just rush through all of that and not a single one of those trees I think dropped logs. Because it wasn't his designated charging forward attack. We do have to be careful here though, because even though he's low on health, we have to remember that Bearger can basically, like, I think if you're at max health, keeping in mind I've improved my max health on the base, I think he can still two-shot me. Anyway, kill this spider so it's not going to eat all the meat. It's all my meat, you. You get away. My meat. But we have now got ourselves another Bearger kill. On day 287, I finally get started on the farm. We're going to need those eggplants to build the final shop, so we are going to need to do some farming. I've not needed to do this for ages because we've been getting so much food that this is literally pointless at this point. You know, such a big part of the game, because they've really put the effort into making the farming experience quite involved, considering. And honestly, you can bypass this quite early on. Like, you do not need to do much of this. As soon as you've got enough berry bushes and you've created like a few spider farms and things, especially with Wendy. Wendy very quickly outgrows the entire concept of farming. You know, you just run past a few frog ponds and a few spider nests, and the next thing you know, you've got yourself literally the perfect farming spot. I will say though, we've been very lucky with our spawn here that both of those things happened to be next to each other. Anyway, I go and start buying some random seeds from the shop. I have no idea which ones are which. So, I'm kind of wondering, okay, I probably want to free up some inventory slots, because there's going to be several different kinds that I'm going to want to buy here. So I free a few slots open and just start buying some seeds. We end up with pumpkin seeds first, then we find radishes, and then we get carrots. So no luck with the first lot. I get them all planted alongside the random seeds that we'd got. Because yeah, the ones that aren't marked as anything specific and are all just, you know, generic seeds, which you can also buy from the back of the shop for 1 coin each. They'll just produce something random. So I try my luck again. We get these. Not it. We get corn seeds. And we get durian seeds. So no dice there. I try again. And we're starting to identify the seeds now. It looks like I don't think she actually replenishes those at the back, unfortunately, but I just start buying seeds so she'll replenish them with new ones. So I just start matching duplicate ones, and then we get them there, eggplant seeds. So those purple ones that look kind of like snail shells a little bit, those are the eggplant seeds. So we now know what they look like and what we should be looking for when we buy them from the shop. That said, we do now have a bunch of random seeds to plant as well. The next day she happens to have some more for sale, so we're on to 2 now. Keeping in mind that we only need 3 in total, we're doing pretty well here. So we've already got 2. If we can get those brought up to be fully grown plants, just, you know, water them and that, we'll soon have ourselves a whole bunch of seeds. We'll have ourselves all the eggplants we need as well for now. So we've got 2 of them at least now planted. The next day I buy some more seeds at the shop, and she just happens to end up getting a bunch of eggplants in stock. So I just grab those. We can't walk out while we've got something on the cursor, so I just quickly store it in. Well, I accidentally eat some first, but I store them in Chester, and we head out with our seeds in tow. And we can now get everything else planted, and we'll have ourselves our eggplant seeds. So we should now get 4 of them, so we should have some to spare, which is pretty good. I get rid of all this turf that we've just got lying around the base by just placing some in the rocky area up here, since I've not really got much else that I can think to do with it. While harvesting some berries as well, a bunch of turkeys start spawning. So, you know, the one advantage of having these ranged weapon mods is that you can just kill these. It's so satisfying. So we know the deal here. We head back, get the gun. Temporarily just store something else in the meantime. I also finally get a magnifying glass to just identify some things, so I've apparently got a fireproof shield. And a, did I actually have the dark sword identified there? Yeah, it's slippery. Wonderful. So, you think that it's going to be really good and it's just terrible modifier on it, so it just means occasionally we'll just drop the dark sword while we're using it. So it might be literally fodder to just repair a different dark sword that isn't terrible. That one. Anyway, we go shoot us some turkeys, get some drumsticks. We're eating KFC again tonight. We're into the final stretch now. On day 291 we get a hound attack. Nice way to start the day. And I'm again a bit wary about the fires and that, but plants tend, well, the flowers tend to not stay on fire too long, and it kind of all burns itself out rather quickly actually. I'll just extinguish a few of these. And there we go, we stop the fire spreading too far. And I even pick up the ashes while we're there, just so we've got them available. You can make some better healing items with the spider glands if you combine with some rocks and ashes. I don't usually need it because I just get so many spider glands. It's not worth spending the, you know, semi-rare resources. I mean, I guess I wouldn't, what would you call them, like uncommon resources in rocks and ash on that, when I can just get spider glands for free and they just heal you slightly less. Like I might need to use 2 glands rather than one. I think it's like a healing salve that it makes, something like that. Anyway, we gather it all up and take it back to the base, but as you can see there, our crops are coming in and we've got our first eggplant. Hey. So things are looking good. And we've got a bunch of turkey dinners ready. So, you know, winner winner, turkey dinner. Of course, that's not just the end of it though. We've got more coming in. And we're already up to our second eggplant. And even more coming in already. It's not going to be. It'll not be long before we've got that grocer's shop. Something I've been meaning to do as well. I went and planted these seed pods up here. These make those tea trees from the hamlet areas around, like where the farmlands and stuff are. They're quite nice looking. I'm hoping they don't spawn squirrels though. All that said, and this is something as well that's a point. If you're wondering why there's those weird lizards going around that are dropping grass and things, yeah, we had the event where the grass turned to lizards again. So now all of my grass in the base is just running around the place. Annoyingly, when you scare those, they only drop 1, whereas because of my perk, I could be getting 2 if I were harvesting them instead from just grass tufts, which is a bit annoying. But it is what it is. I should probably really put all the grass tufts and that inside of a pen, just in case that keeps happening. Because, yeah, they've kind of run a bit wild now, those. And I will eventually run out of tufts if I just keep letting them turn into those. So, theoretically, if all of the grass tufts turn into lizards, and then those lizards go off and get themselves stupidly killed, you can run out of grass in the world. That is a possibility. Anyway, while I've been saying all that, we do now have additional eggplants. We've got all 3. We've got the ones we need. There we go. We can build the shop. With them all harvested, all the other plants come in as well, and I'm struggling to find things to use them on. I've finally, well, firstly I've got 4 eggplants now, so I've got some extras. I finally as well used the tall bird eggs that have been stuck inside of Wobie's backpack forever. I've decided at this point, since I can keep food fresh by having it on my person due to that perk, there's no purpose in carrying like the tall bird eggs, because the whole reason I was carrying them is because they don't go off. For whatever reason, they don't have a freshness meter on them, so they'll never go off. You can carry them around and have giant scrambled eggs whenever you want without having to worry about them going stale. Makes them pretty good as items to carry into, say, caves and things, as just like an emergency food supply. The problem is they don't stack, which has been causing inventory problems for a long while now. But again, since I've decided I don't really need them now, I'm just going to chew through them. And yeah, just eat them all up. They give me basically full hunger. It's absolutely ridiculous, and they heal you a fair bit as well. We've also hit level 50 at this point, which is pretty nice. I'm trying to craft as much as I can with all the various veg. The thing is, when you've just got a random assortment of veg and no enough inventory space to just have it all there, like creating specific recipes is a bit difficult, and you kind of end up just making loads of meatballs and frog sandwiches, like frog witches and things. Which is what I've ended up doing here for the most part, but we did get the giant Scotch eggs, which is pretty good. We did get a few of them. Anyway, it's a good job we had some spare eggplants, because I just accidentally ate one then. There's another one still in the garden as well, so we actually ended up with 5 in total. But, yeah. I go and decide to just build the grocers before I end up accidentally eating any more. Because I accidentally ate it while trying to put it on the crock pot, but I think my character moved slightly in an idle animation, and I ended up scoffing my face with them. Annoyingly here, I actually walked up to the flower, pressed the space button to try and pick it up while I was stood there, but what it actually did is it caused my character to place the building, because I'd still got the buildings outlined there, which is annoying. So I've built it slightly off from the rest of the street. So we need a creative solution to make that not look weird now. So, day 293, I mostly spent cooking. But, before the day started, well, first of all, there were a random snake trying to kill Chester in the night. But I got another present that I opened. You just get these randomly while playing the game, every so often, based on your playtime. So, not bad. Just in case we didn't have enough already as well, by the way, we've just got all the eggplants in the world now. And it's just giving me more and more seeds. Right, apparently when you harvest something, it has a chance to give you more seeds. It's not always guaranteed. So inevitably when you're farming, you will just run out of seeds if you're not gaining way more seeds than that. The way you gain additional seeds, by the way, is you have to perfectly balance the intake of nutrients and things into the soil. So certain plants will add certain things, others will take it out. If you create your farm plots just right, they'll turn into giant vegetables that are guaranteed to give off seeds, but otherwise it's a chance. However, we got quite lucky with the eggplants and ended up with loads of them. So I start, just again, day 293 was just a lot of cooking, trying to get all these ingredients used because they wouldn't fit in the fridge. Day 294 saw me covering up the mistake with this shop. So what I did to just make it look kind of normal again, as if it kind of was part of the street still and not just randomly set off aside to the back, is I just put some some plant pots up front, so it looked kind of more like it was, like I said, just kind of still part of the street. Kinda covers up the mistake, not brilliantly, but I think it's a good enough job. So something here that I'm trying to, I end up making, but I don't quite try it out before the end here. I don't really find a good target to use it on, and I'm a bit busy and the day's really crept up on me here. But I make a blunderbuss. And now this, quite interesting this. So this is from Hamlet. I'm hoping that this actually works and that the animations work, because something that's annoyed me with the musket thus far, like with the musket and the bow and everything, is that though they work and they're good range weapons and I love that mod, they don't actually have custom animations for firing them, and your character just kind of swishes them around like a sword. So I'm going to test this out, and I'm just kind of hoping that, and by the way, I end up looking this up, but the way that you tell that it's loaded is that the actual, what would you call it, the hammer on the gun goes backwards and a little red icon appears on the art for it there. There's like a little red gem that appears on the hammer, and it won't allow you to load more gunpowder. Which is another thing, this doesn't take musket balls or like specialised ammo you craft, you just load it with gunpowder. And that's how you create ammo for it. It's literally just gunpowder, it does the same damage as gunpowder, so it's pretty hard hitting. Should be good for bosses. Probably better for bosses than for mobs. But I'm just kind of hoping that it's got an actual animation, because I feel like I'm kinda... I feel a bit cheated by the other weapons, that they're not using an animation or anything for it. But yeah, so I've built that. Since we've still got a bunch of plants and seeds and things, I'm still kind of just messing with the farm until I run out of stuff to do with it. So I'm still farming on day 295, even though I probably don't really need to now. And just, again, desperately trying to use up all the stuff in the fridge. Because we've just not got inventory space in the fridge anymore. We've got that much food of different types. Which I guess is a nice problem to have, ish. Day 296, we go and check on the palm cone trees to just see if they've fully grown yet, which it looks like they haven't, or maybe they did and I missed it and they've shrunk down, grown again, I don't know, but they're not ready for harvesting just quite yet. They're very close though. Other than that, more farming. Mostly got rid of all the stuff that's here now, and we're just turning everything into like stuffed eggplants and giant Scotch eggs, sandwiches and milkshakes and things, really. Just turning it all into that and devouring it. On day 297, I went back to the original boat to just check to see if the panda hides and the beaver hides were anywhere. And actually, something I should probably check is those two mounds of rot on the floor and things. It might be those, but they weren't, so either they've rotted, which I'd be surprised at, because I don't think they're meant to rot. I think they're meant to be like pig skins and things. They don't actually rot. They'll just stay there forever, but for whatever reason, they have disappeared. They're no longer there, and I am left a bit out of pocket with that, so I've not got those anymore. A bit annoying, but it is what it is, I guess. So I might just have to, if I decide to, I might just cheat a couple of those in later on, and just place them somewhere. I don't think they'll be that useful though. I think both of them just eat trees, which is annoying. It'd be good if I chopped them down and then left the wood, but no, they actually eat the logs, so maybe it's better that I don't have those around when I think about it. We'll see. You never know, I might. I'm considering cheating them in just so we've got some here and it makes up for them just randomly disappearing. But simultaneously I'm kind of like, yeah, but they will destroy trees. I might put them at the far side of the frog ponds just so we've got a bit of variety there of the mobs and things. Well, like I said, we'll see. It's something to worry about next time though. On day 298, I had finally built the potter's wheel, and I decided that I should probably use it. I finally figured out how to use it though. So you apparently give it the plans that you get, these sketches and things, you just give them to it. And when you give them to it, it kind of unlocks the recipe to craft that statue, and you just need some rocks and a bit of marble. And it just creates that statue which you then carry off and you can place around your base. So, for now, we've not got anything made, but when the marble trees grow again, and if I can remember, I can probably put some nice statues around the base. We'll need some rocks and that though, which we'll have to decide if it's worth spending them on, but I think we'll definitely get at least one of each, so we can place them around almost as like trophies of our accomplishments and that. Show off all the bosses we've beaten. But yeah, at least now we know how it works, and we know that we don't need all those duplicate ones, and we can kind of free up that chest now. So that's pretty good. That'll help with the management of all my stuff a bit better. On day 299, the palm cone trees were finally ready, and you can see there as well, one of them's already shrunk back down, so we probably caught these more or less right at the right moment. But yeah, they are a few go in the water there as well, so I tried to plant them a bit further away this time, just by a few squares, but my god, the amount of stuff that they drop is ridiculous. Because you think, oh well, they've not dropped tons. No, they're dropping, I think they're dropping extra logs per tree. As you can see, the birch nut trees there are turning into winter mode already. All the leaves are going, but yeah, we come out of this with so much wood. Like palm cone trees, there's a reason you have to go to a special part of the world to get them. I don't know if these these like palm cone shell things as well. I don't know if you can use them as fuel. I know that they're used for the cannonballs and cannonball kits and things. But yeah, these provide loads of wood. Now just chopping all of those down, I've got multiple stacks. I'm certain that there's some of them are dropping extra. I'm certain, but anyway, when you actually dig them up, yeah, you get 2. You get 2 for digging them up. So there's definitely extra wood on these compared to normal trees. So absolutely excellent. Really worth going and getting these. And they're dropping multiple seeds sometimes as well, so we can slowly just cover the area with these and use these instead of the evergreens and that. I'm not sure. I don't think these actually can turn into tree guards. If I can, I've not seen many of these trees in general, but I don't think they can turn into tree guards. So they might be safer and more productive. So super trees. On the night of 299, I spend a few skill points. I've actually just put a few into damage there. We've finally hit 90%. And health's starting to go up as well. And I'm just kind of using Abigail for a light here. But we are on the eve of 299, about to hit 300. I did get caught short of it on the way back from chopping down all those trees, but looking good. And speaking of looking good, on the day of 300, our final day that we have to survive, to say we've survived 100 days, here we are. I don't know why it's not working there, but anyway, here we are, placing down mini signs. First time I've ever needed any, because usually I only use about 6 chests. I think, again, this is the longest I've gone on a single world. But we're finally utilising actual mini signs to denote what's in each chest. So, the way I understand that these work is basically you can place these little signs. They can be placed very close to objects compared to other items that you usually place down. So I get them right up next to the chests here. We get another item as well just before the end here. Lovely. And we get a new fire pit. This is actually quite a good one. Frostflower fire pit. So we get an actual skin for the fire pit. I think that might be the endothermic one as well. So very nice looking one to get. So an actual pretty good item there. Anyway, I get all these mini signs planted. But yeah, the way that these work, you can put them really close, but then you can draw a picture on them, which is quite interesting, which allows you to kind of, you can put something on them that basically kind of says roughly what that chest is, and you get to choose it. So I'm giving them a go. I've never tried them before, but I'm trying to give them a go now. It's funny, I always thought these were a mod, and I looked them up because I'm like, God, these signs that I'm sure I've seen other people using them, but how do they work? So you use your feather pencil and it draws a picture of the closest item to the chest. So you just place down what you want to draw and it'll draw it. But then I found out a problem. I thought that the feather pencil, since it had 100% on it, would probably use maybe, I don't know, 10% per picture or something. No, you need one for every single drawing you want to do, and that requires charcoal and a feather, and it's just a pain. So I'm going to need, luckily I do have enough feathers, but I'm going to need loads of pencils making for this. Something to do next time, but for now, yeah, we've made a start. So we just have to do that, and then our inventory management is officially finished. And that's it. That's it. We're on day 300, it's about to be day 301. Thank you very much for watching. Bit of a marathon episode, but these always are. Takes me a long time to put these together. I literally sit down for half a day editing the damn things. So it's about, ooh, what are we on time-wise? Ooh, 4 hours and a bit. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for subscribing. Remember, if you subscribe, you are personally responsible for 1 full in-game day of my suffering on Don't Starve during these specials. So, a full in-game day, you are responsible for 8 minutes of my suffering if you're wanting an exact number on it. We do our regular victory celebration here on the last day, knowing that it's about to turn 301. And if you're wanting to see more, you know what to do. Again, this is a subscriber special, just subscribe. I'm aiming to do one for every 100 up until at least I'm aiming to maybe do these until 1,000, but we'll see if there's enough content. We can definitely do a few more though. There's the shipwrecked stuff to go. And there's also a lot of stuff in the caves yet unexplored. We know where some of the bosses are, we know where that ant queen is. So we can probably start going boss hunting in the caves again now. What I'm considering doing is maybe next time doing the shipwrecked content. Just going over to the archipelago of islands that kind of, you know, all the shipwreck stuff and doing some exploration over there. Maybe looking for some of that buried treasure we've seen popping up with us messages in bottles we've been finding. And then if we go further than that, if we get to another 100 subscribers, so this will probably be going up 500 at this point. Again, like I said, there's a lot of exploration in the caves we can do. So we can at least crank out another couple of these, and then I think we might just... I think next time when we go in the caves, we'll definitely just have to reveal the map, because it's a nightmare to navigate down there. And I think we'll do the same with the overworld here. Once we've explored the shipwreck stuff, we'll probably just reveal the map and just clear out what's left, and then go boss hunting maybe, and finish off the pig city and that. Thank you very much for watching though. Just flashing back to the start here, we can have a little look at how far the base has come in that 100 days. And it's looking very nice. I think that, like I said, there's definitely a bit more in this, so subscribe if you want some more. And I look forward to, well, I look forward to watching more stuff on the channel. We've got a few more series coming up. Probably at the time of this releasing, we'll probably be a few weeks out. I think at the moment I'll be doing Starfield. And we'll probably shortly looking at doing, we'll shortly be looking at going from just that to probably doing some Lords of the Fallen. I'm hoping to get some of that on the channel. Possibly some Endless Dungeon maybe as well. That might be coming up soon. There's a little mini series, we'll go through that. We'll do at least a few runs on it, see how we go. And then I think after that we're looking into winter. Surprisingly, not many releases coming out October, December time. Though they've yet to announce when Space Marine 2 is coming out, so you never know. It may make it to the channel, it may not, but Lords of the Fallen, probably Endless Dungeon next. More of this if you get me to the next subscriber mark. I believe we're less than 50 out now. We're moving towards 400. Thank you very much for the support of the videos though. Again, just it all helps. I will see you in future episodes, future series. I'll see you then.